the streets, corpses near the buildings, all this light and heat. Time to take a stand, boys, time to make a choice. Time to find our courage, time to be deployed. Make our only stand here, make our roads complete. All we waited for now, past and future meet. Get your weapons ready, kiss loved ones goodbye. Now our time is coming, and it is not the time to cry. Fight the war. Fight the war. Fight the war. Oh, who knows why we're fighting? It's about the might. Let the writers writing settle wrong from right. In the time of conflict, when the bullets fly, in the space of seconds, a life you cannot buy. Face the facts before you, face the simple truth. We're hopelessly outnumbered, it's tragic but it's true. Make your last formation, take the final road. Now it's time for endings, now it's time to go. Fight the war. Oh, fight the war. Fight the war.
Fun in the Woods, what I'm talking about on a Saturday. Oh yeah, what's going on, everyone? That was a hell of a lot better than it was yesterday. I'm still dealing with my cold, but I do actually think it's a little better today, so my cough is a little bit better. I managed to rest my throat today, so I'm doing a little bit better with that. So I feel a little better, a trifle improved over where I was a little while ago. So I hope everybody is doing well, and I hope you guys are looking forward to fun times in the big city. By which I actually mean, I hope you guys are looking forward to day 6 of Skyrim Enderal. Welcome, Arbanauts. I hope everybody is doing well out there, and yeah, it's gonna be fun times. Give me 1 second to just quickly adjust something here. I need to cut this balance down a little bit. How's that? All right, good. I need to make sure that I'm not overdoing it on the microphone, because audio sometimes can be a little bit screwy when you've got a new sort of display driver and stuff like that. So, okay, that's better. So, hi everyone again. Good to see everybody. I hope everyone's doing well, and I hope you guys are looking forward to Skyrim Enderal. As I said, it is April 1st, 2017, so happy April Fool's Day, by which I mean happy that I am past this stupid day with stupid jokes that are generally cruel and prank filled and all that kind of stuff. Ugh, blah. That needs to be shot into the heart of a son. I'm telling you right now, because we got such wonderful things as George Takei claiming he was going to run against Devin Nunes, which would have been Mr. Sulu running against Devin Nunes. Nope, that was an April Fool's. And then we got Geek and Sundry posting this thing about how they were instituting a new tabletop esport called T-Sport, where they were going to have basically people sitting playing like D&D with like an arena of 1,000 people like screaming and yelling at different things that were happening. Nope, also April Fools. So I just basically want to say April Fools needs to be destroyed. Okay, every time someone's like, oh, here's a good one. Oh. And I feel like every time someone's like, oh, this will be a good one, and then they're like, oh, I apologize for the being crappy with that joke. Just stop. Just say no. But we are almost past this day, and we're going to have fun with each other as we play here in Skyrim Enderal. Before we do that, a couple of reminders about things for you guys to know. First of all, please support the stream by retweeting the stream. ! CTT. Please tweet out the stream and let all and sundry know about what's going on here. ! ArvTube will get you to my YouTube channel where you can check out past broadcasts of the stream. ! Steam Group will allow you to join the Arvanaut Steam Group in between sessions. And ! Arvtreon. As you guys can see, we are at 60604, a number I would not have assumed I was going to reach when I started the Patreon now, I think about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. I did not expect that we were going to reach this level. I am extremely grateful to everyone who has supported it and made it possible, but I do want to remind everybody that you have an opportunity to become a part of this as well. When Kilobyte shows up, which he will be doing later on tonight, he will be putting out, we have to add to the bot a command for this, but he will be letting all of you know about your invites to the Discord server. The way it works is basically if you are a supporter of the Patreon at the $5 level or above, you have access to the Discord server, and you can hang out on Discord, and you can chat up with people, and you can feel awesome and part of the Arvanaut community and all that kind of good stuff. So you can do that over on the Discord community. Once we get that community built up a little bit, excuse me, I probably will end up starting to make announcements via the Discord server as well as on Steam. We'll see. I definitely want to be able to get the word out as many different places as I can. So he will have that link to you. If you are a Patreon, technically, because I integrated this, Kilobyte and I integrated this last night, technically you should already have gotten an invite, but I don't know if that's the case, that if everybody's gotten it or not. But we will definitely make an invite again later on today. Hey, sweetie. We will definitely make an invite, though, for you guys later on today, when Kilobyte shows up, for those of you who are supporting the Patreon at the $5 level or above. So that's the deal with that. Otherwise, though, we've got some Skyrim Enderal on the docket tonight. As I told everybody, I was not going to have a chance to do the schedule for April today. I will do that sometime tomorrow, so by the time we get to next week, we should have the schedule in place. We are going to be scheduling sometime in the month of April. We will have the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook, of course. The next one up, I believe, is Beneath Nightmare Castle, if I'm not mistaken. So we've got that. We've got 2 D&D sessions with the Infinity and Beyond crew, and as you guys know, that campaign is definitely stepped up. So we got some pretty awesome stuff going on with that campaign. Sorry, I was about to say something about the D&D, and I realized I don't need to do that now. So anyway, D&D will be coming on to them. We will be doing D&D with viewers again at some point this month. We will be doing 2 Our Vocalist sessions. One will be a voiceover session that will just be a regular Our Vocalist session, probably doing Phoenix Wright. The other one will be some kind of radio drama or radio play, so that's going to be really exciting. I'm looking forward to that. So we got that on the docket. We've got the Chat Chosen Game of the Month, and we've got, of course, Skyrim Enderal, which I'm going to continue to play. When Skyrim Enderal is done, incidentally, the next one up after that is going to be Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. I'm going to try to finish that up and go to that and wrap that up completely. And then I'm going to have a decision to make as to whether I want to do Mass Effect Andromeda or if I want to push that a little farther and do Lunar Silver Star Story, which is on the list for me to finish. Then probably Mass Effect Andromeda after that. I want to do Deus Ex Human Revolution is on the list. Phantasy Star, the original Phantasy Star, I want to give a shot to. I want to double back around to The Witcher 3 because that's, I got to get to that eventually. So The Witcher 3 I've got to do and finally get back into that game. Breath of Fire 3, which was a Chat Chosen game. I want to get back into that as well. DLCs for various games, specifically Pillars of Eternity White March Part 2 I want to get to. Hopefully Final Fantasy Tactics at some point this year, one of my favorite games I wanted to do as well. And then it all gets a little murky. Arkham Knight, maybe. Trails in the Sky, second chapter, maybe. maybe, Divinity 2, maybe. So then it all gets a little bit murky after that. But that's what we're looking at going forward. So it's exciting, and I am very happy about that. The other information I want to tell you guys about is ArvCon. I have gotten more confirmations, I'm telling you guys, what we are assembling for ArvCon is going to be the best that we've ever done on ArvCon. I can definitely say that. And a lot of it is going to be stuff that has not yet been seen on Twitch in terms of the combination of people that we've got involved. We are going to have the Arv vocalists in that. We're going to have them as part of ArvCon. We're going to have musicians as part of ArvCon. We are going to have the Infinity and Beyond crew with a marathon session as part of it. And we are going to have a special event on Saturday. We're going to have a special event, which, again, I don't want to talk about yet, but we will see. I now have 4 official corporate sponsors on board, probably 5 very shortly. So I'm going to end up, excuse me, with about 5 or 6 corporate sponsors, I think, when all is said and done, who will be doing game giveaways, who will be donating directly to our cause, which, again, is the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. So very excited about that. A lot of good stuff that's going to be coming up from that as well. So a lot of good stuff coming up. We've got that. We've got the creative writing streams that I've been doing, of course. I'm almost wrapped up with Renegade, my second book in the Grey Assassin trilogy. So I've got that. We've got the next book in the Icarus series that I hope I'm going to have some announcements for you guys about soon as well. And also convention going. My first convention of the season is going to be next week. I'm going to be going to a local one, actually, called LunaCon here in New York. It's been running for a long time. It's the first time I'm going to it, though. So I've got a few panels and a reading. And it's about 20 minutes from my house. So it's actually the most local con that I've ever done. Even a little bit more local, I think, than when I did New York City Comic Con. So we're going to do that. And then I've got, next month, I've got Ad Astra in Toronto, Three Rivers Comic Con in Pittsburgh, Origins in Columbus in June, ReaderCon in Boston in July, Gen Con in Indianapolis in August, and also, hopefully, at that point, I'll have heard from WorldCon or World Fantasy. And then I got a CanCon in Ottawa in September. So we got a busy schedule that we're doing, and it's going to be cool, man. It's going to be good. Yeah, the backlog. Well, it's been extended. The reason is because the backlog has been built up over time. You know what I mean, Hydra? And I have so many different, by the way, hi, Bounced Hydra. And, I have so many different games that are on the list, and the Chat Chosen Game of the Month and the D&D and all that stuff. It's all great stuff, but it means that it's sort of limited to be able to get through new games. So we're getting there, step by step. We're getting there. We got through Dishonored 2. We managed to do that. So we're getting there step by step. Thimbleweed Park. Yeah, I'm really not that busy. Yeah, exactly, Elswin. That's what I'm getting at. I feel kind of weird about this, but I actually know literally nothing about Thimbleweed Park other than everybody on my fellow streamers on the GOG stream team absolutely flipped their you-know-what when it came out. They were like, yes! And I'm like, what is this game? I have no idea what Thimbleweed is. I don't know what it is or anything about it, but I've heard amazing things about it. So, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to be interested to look at it. I don't know what it is, but I'm looking forward to it. CanCon is, I believe, September, I want to say, Brahms. I think it's probably late September, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't think I knew that you lived in Ottawa, by the way. That's awesome. Yeah, man. I mean, listen, I'm going to be making announcements in each of these cases because I've met a number of people from Twitch over the last couple of years, viewers of mine, and I would love to meet more. Last year at CanCon, actually, I met Jagtress, who is here, who is part of the channel, one of our regulars. I met her there, and yeah, I'd be happy to meet. I'd be happy to meet other people there too. So it'd be awesome, Brahms. We could compare kid stories, right? About that. But yeah, that would be absolutely awesome. You know what, Glog? I have never played Monkey Island. I know, I'm that guy. I never really played that many adventure games is the thing when I was growing up. I never really played that many. I was playing either platformers or I was playing straight RPGs, but excuse me. But adventure games themselves, I never really got that into. I wasn't opposed to them. I mean, I liked them okay. But point-and-click stuff never interested me nearly as much as role-playing games did. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm the FPS guy. No, I wasn't playing FPSs. I was playing straight RPGs. So, but yes. But I've heard good things about Monkey Island also, obviously. Monkey Island I have heard of course. But the other ones, no, I don't know. So you're telling me that this is what that's like? Thimbleweed Park is like the new Monkey Island? Is that what you're telling me? Let's see. I was just reading up on that other stuff. Yes. And yes, there is a Discord server, by the way, no name. There is a Discord server, and you can become a part of it if you join up with if you join the Patreon at the $5 level or more. You can become a part of the Discord. So absolutely. He's been saying "Dada" now. Nice. My kid is like super active kid now. He's crawling everywhere, and he's got this funny like army crawl where he'll which my daughter had too actually, but he like crawls forward and then he leans back on one knee like he's like, I am Errol Flynn, and then he like leans down and crawls around again. He's super active, so he's great. He's awesome. Oh, you just did? Really? Okay. We should be getting a notification about it soon then, I think, because I got my Patreon notifier up, so it should come up any second. I think we'll get a notice any moment. Hey, Chloe, what's up? Wait for it. Okay, what I need to do is I need to get rid of this background screen, and then it will happen. All right. Now that my face is on the screen, something will arise to block it. Also, hi, everybody. Will rise to block it. And yes. And thank you, by the way, No Name, for being in it. Yeah, I'm actually really, I think it's going to be cool, the Discord server. I think it's going to be neat to be able to pop on and to be able to have a place for the Arvanauts community. There it is. Yes. Thank you very much, No Name Namer. Welcome into the Arvanauts. Now, No Name Namer, let me tell you, by the way, you should be getting from Patreon an invite into the Discord server because I have it integrated. But if for some reason you don't, then later on tonight, when Kilobyte, who's one of my mods, who is the person basically spearheading the Discord server, he will give you and anyone else who is a $5 or more Patreon supporter that has not yet gotten an invite, he will give you an invite. So you should have one coming to you from Patreon directly pretty soon. But if not, then you'll get that as well. And thank you so much. Can we get some love for No Name Namer? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And let's see what that updated total is, guys. Wait for it. 611. Woot! 611. You just got an email that I hit 525. I cannot stand their system. For those of you who don't know what this is about, so. And one little side note, by the way, one of the other reasons I'm really happy to have new people on board, No Name Namer, thank you so much, by the way. The Discord server is up and running. Yes, it is up and running. But the other reason that I really like having it is the more supporters that we have, the less we have to rely on one specific person, only one specific person by themselves. Brockus182 has become an Arvanaut. I know who this Brockus guy is. I know very well who this Brockus person is. What's up, man? How you doing, boss? I know who this guy is. I know who this person is, IRL. What's up, dude? Thank you for becoming an Arvanaut. I appreciate it, man. So anyway, having more supporters of the Patreon means that we don't have to rely on any 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 incredibly generous people to push the Patreon. We can have lots of people that are broadly supportive. So I'm hoping the Discord is going to continue to move things forward. So that'll be great. Homework. Exactly. So yeah. I'm going to be able to. Yeah. So again, Kilobyte, I am a babe in the woods when it comes to Discord. So I'm going to be relying on Kilobyte and some of the other experts in the field to be able to help me with it and kind of get it on board, because I don't know a lot about Discord yet. I mean, I know what it does, but I don't know any about a lot of the ins and outs and stuff. What I think is interesting. Here's what I want from Discord. Here's what I want from Discord pronto. Please give me video chat. And give me video chat that can support 7 people. Do that, and I will be off Skype yesterday. Because I would love to do D&D using Discord and not have to go back to Skype ever again. I would love it. But if you can't support video chat, I can't do that. And if you can't support more than 6 people, if you can only support like 4 or 5, that's not going to get it done. So Twitch has that, integrated Curse, whatever. When they bought Curse, they now have video chat, but it only supports 5 people. It's not good enough. So for D&D, I'm all about it. I want to go to Discord video chat, but I need it to function. So hurry up. I know it's in beta right now, but get out of beta, goddammit, because we need it here. So yes, you've heard it's really good. I mean, it's amazing. I'll believe it. I'll believe it. You're a babe. Got that right. What's up, Satobo? How you doing? How you doing, boss? So yeah, so anyway, so I'm really looking forward to a lot of the stuff we're going to be able to do with the Patreon going forward. And also, because of some of the support that we've gotten, remember, you can get an epic character background written for you. In fact, just as a quick check, I may do this towards the end of the stream, we'll see. But how many people, excuse me, still getting over a cold, I'm sorry. How many people heard the background that I did for Law's character? How many people heard that on my creative writing stream? Can you just say in chat if you were here for that? Because I did it during my creative writing stream, which is during the day, so I don't have as many people because you guys are at work and stuff. You crazy people with work. What would it? Yeah. So if you guys didn't hear it, I know Brockus didn't hear it. Who else did not hear it? Because I would be very funny, Tren. Yeah, you didn't, Hydra? Nonstop missed it. I only heard it in my head. Nice. Did not hear it. What's up, Shimmy? Okay, so what I might do is you're either working or passed out. So what I might do is towards the end of the stream, I might actually read you guys this because I actually had fun with this character background. I have fun with all of them, but I had fun writing this one because in the middle of writing it, no lie, Law comes in and he's like, hey, this is awesome. I'm so excited. He's like, so, he's like, what gender did you make the character? Now, the character's name that he had sent me, the last name I ended up changing to something else, but the first name was Lea. So I'm like, I made the character female? And he's like, well, it's supposed to be male. I'm like, and he's like, I'm sorry, I should have specified. He's like, it's fine. I can just role play a woman. That's totally fine. It's no problem. I'm like, okay, good, because I think this will work better for that. Then he's like, also, she's lawful evil. And I'm like, so I had to adjust my story mid-story to accommodate a lawful evil profile. Let's just say that. And I did it, and I was fairly proud of myself. But man, it was, yeah. And then he was like, I'm sorry. I'm like, it was just so funny though, because I'm like, he had sent me the details of the character. For those of you who don't know, if you support my Patreon at $10 or above, you can get either an epic poem written about you or a character background for any system. And if you support me at 15, you get one of each. So I ask people to send me the system that it's in, send me the class and race, and the base and the name and the basic statistics, that kind of thing. And then I will do the sort of character background. Sometimes it's the origin story. Sometimes it's just something to introduce you to the character, right? So he did all that, but he didn't specify gender and he didn't specify alignment. So I'm just like, well, okay. Lawful is evil is overrated. Yeah. So Cairo, the thing about Google's video chat is that, it really, really screws up your volume settings, or at least it screws up mine, where what it does is it'll end up pinning the recording level way over to the right. Now, I have a thing called Volume Lock, which is supposed to prevent that now. It's like a third-party program that locks it in place, but it's not optimal, quite honestly, and as a consequence, there are times when I'm using Google Hangouts that it just doesn't, it basically makes the audio sound like garbage, essentially. So Google Hangouts is a possibility, but the reason I would love to do it through Discord is because Discord is something which is tied into the channel anyway. And so it kind of fits as well. I'm pretty sure I sent you a message about this, Tren. I'm pretty confident I asked you if you wanted me to do a character background for you, and your response was, and I was like, I guess not. I'm pretty sure you were silent, my friend. Yes, you were. You get a character background for sure. You get a background, and you get a background, and you get a background. So, yeah, I wanted to write it twice in order to need more pastries. You speak the truth, Elswin. Let me tell you guys, cinnamon buns or chocolate chip cookies are huge for writing these things. Elswin speaks the truth. That is 100% true. And Jedi Knight is 100% right, by the way. It was his idea. The character background was his idea, and it was a really good one. So, yeah, I've said before how much I appreciate Jedi coming up with that idea because it was cool stuff. So, all right, but it's time to get into some Skyrim Enderal, people. Let me welcome everybody, by the way, into the stream. First, we got a good turnout to start out tonight. Hello to Von Steinberg, Uncle Elias, Trendane, Shimmy in a conga line, Rosa, Reaper, Porquito Show, Optic Nerve. What's up, guys? No Name Namer. Again, thank you for the Patreon support, No Name. Nonstop Narnman, Lethal Joseph, Jedi Knight, Hillness, Elswin, Ekag, Don Cairo, newest member of the Infinity and Beyond crew, by the way, Divinorium, Commander Dunsel, what's up, Dunsel? Chloe Rose, Chat, Kalen, Brachus, Brahms, Balanced, and of course my two mods that are currently in here, Satobo and Glog, although I'm sure more will come in as well. As far as the Discord server invite, if you have a $5 or more support of the Patreon, you can get into the Discord server. Patreon is supposed to have sent out emails or messages to you. The reason I bring this up is because Kilobyte, when he comes in, if you haven't already gotten something from Patreon, first of all, I would recommend that you go over and check your Patreon messages, because the Patreon should be sending out an invite to the Discord server because it's integrated with Discord. I did that last night. Kilobyte and I did that last night. However, if you didn't get such an invite, or if you can't find it, as soon as Kilobyte gets in, he will give you an invite to the Discord. So yes, that is what will happen. Chaotic Good. Yeah, I have no objection to Chaotic Good. Chaotic Good's fine. The only alignment that I don't like is Chaotic Neutral. You know, every other alignment is fine. Like, Chaotic Evil is just not really functional in a party for the most part. So anything else, Neutral Evil, Lawful Evil, True Neutral, Mrs. Dunsel. Well, welcome, Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you for joining the Arvanauts. I appreciate it. Welcome. And yeah, wow, Mrs. Dunsel, I'm honored. I assume you are the Mrs. Dunsel to Commander Dunsel. So Dunsel's a good guy. So thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I like all the alignments. Chaotic Good's good, Lawful Good is good, Neutral Good is good, True Neutral is fine, Lawful Neutral is fine, Lawful Evil is fine, Neutral Evil is fine. Chaotic Evil is, again, I don't really think it's that functional as a player category, but, it's just Chaotic Neutral that if you play it properly, I don't think is functional as a status, and I don't allow it in my games, because I think if you're going to play it properly, I just don't think you can play it correctly and also have a functional person as part of a team game, in my opinion. So that's the deal. Yes, that is you, and yes, he is. Oh, very nice, very nice. Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Definitely check then, guys. For those people telling me that, Tren and Non, please do that, because we want lots of people in the Discord server. So please do that. Like, the whole point of doing this was to get you guys in the Discord server. So please do that, because please check the messages. And if not, as soon as you get in, Kilobyte will give you the invite, because yeah, so that's the deal. Hey, what's up, Lendriz? What's going on, man? You're watching the Rise of Tiamat sessions. You'd like to know what is the ambient song you play in the long scenes, the one with the soft harp notes and wind sounds. Ooh, that's probably, I think what you're talking about, Lender, is if you're watching the sessions where the party was in the Tomb of Daedarius, if that's the one you're watching, that ambient song is called Temple of Mains, and I freaking love that piece. It's so good as far as ambient background. I'm telling you right now, the best sort of backgrounds to Roll20, number one is that song, Temple of Mains, and number two for battle is any battle music by Enrique. I really hope I can meet Enrique face to face someday and shake this person's hand, because Enrique's battle music is off the hook good. It's so good. And unlike some places, Odie Station, it's not going to try to sue you for copyright infringement. But anyway, yeah, so I'm a big fan of that. So yeah, so same thing, Hillness. Do me a favor, man, if you can, and please check the messages in Patreon, because they should have sent you an invite already. So they may have sent it to you in your Patreon messages, or that's what they're supposed to do. They said they're like, we'll handle the rest, and I did it last night. So if you haven't gotten it already, then that means we need to get you an invite. So if you can't find it in the Patreon messages on the site, then definitely Kilobyte will get you an invite tonight. So we will make it happen. Oh, it's much slower than that. It has bird noises and things. You've used it several times. Is it just, it's no messages, huh? Okay, I don't understand what that's about. Okay, well, we will, like I said, Trent, we'll, as soon as Kilobytes comes in, then we'll get invites out to everybody. I kind of wondered why there were still only the same number of people there this morning when I looked at it. I'm like, I guess people don't care about it. But since I've been telling people, they're like, I want to be in the Discord server. And I'm like, didn't you get the invite? And they're like, no. So I don't know. So the automatic thing. Lenders, I don't know, man. I'd have to, if you could do me a favor, Lenders, at some point, and just like, if you could ask that as a YouTube comment, or you could Twitch PM me and just tell me a specific video and time of the video, and then I can go there and listen to it, and then maybe I can get a sense of what it is. Because I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know. I have a few go-tos that I use that are for some of those interior sections, but I do try to mix it up a little bit because I don't like it when there's just one song you just hear over and over on loop. So I've tried to adjust a little bit. So, but I don't remember. Yeah. So same thing, No Name. I don't know. Same thing. So same thing. Like, we will get you that invite. I don't know why it's not showing up because they say that it's automatic, but I guess not. What was I going to say? I've used it in day 10. Yeah, Lenders, please, because I don't remember off the top of my head, man. I've had a lot of D&D days under my belt. So, yeah. Oh, and one last announcement, and then we'll get to the game, I promise. If anyone is going to be at Gen Con in Indianapolis in August, I am a member of the Writers Symposium there, which is basically a collection of authors that do panels and workshops and things like that. It is the largest writing track of any convention in North America. It is a huge writing track with hundreds of hours of programming and the whole thing. I'm a big fan of the symposium. It's kind of where I got my start as a fantasy writer specifically. And this year, yours truly will be running a session, a one-off D&D 5e adventure session for a set of authors for an audience. So we will have a live audience. We're giving away, we're doing tickets in the whole 9 yards. It's a symposium-sponsored event of this Dungeons & Dragons one-off session. I don't yet have any idea what I'm going to do for this one-off session, and I do not yet have a full list of the players. I have people who are expressing interest, and so I'm kind of collecting names and making decisions and stuff like that, but that is going to be happening as well. So if you're going to be in Indianapolis in Gen Con, if you're planning on coming to the symposium and going to panels and hopefully meeting me, and I hope you do all those things, please consider checking that out, because live D&D, man, it's exciting. It's like the first time I think that I'm ever going to have done live D&D in front of an audience that isn't via Twitch, right? Like I've done D&D sessions in front of hundreds and hundreds of people on Twitch, but I've never actually done a D&D session in front of a live audience face to face where I could be hit by Rotten Tomatoes or whatever. I've never actually had that happen, so I'm actually looking forward to it, and a little bit nervous, just a touch, but it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. So, event tickets, I believe, because this just is getting underway now, Hilness, so it's probably gonna be a while before they get tickets together for this. But it definitely is happening for sure, and I'm starting to get the player list together, but there's no official date, time, or ticket. We don't know if it's going to be charged for tickets. It wouldn't be much, but charged for tickets, or if it's going to be free, but it will be a ticketed event. And I don't know yet when specific event tickets are being sold for that or anything else, to be honest with you. But I wanted to let you guys know because it just happened. So that's the deal with that. Writers come together to make train tracks. You make sure they're really ripe. Thanks, Caro. Thanks. Yeah, as long as I get ripe tomatoes, that's all that matters. All right, people, let us get into this awesome game that I've really been having a good time with. It is time to move back into the world of Skyrim Enderal. Let's do it. Where are we? Make sure they're really ripe. Troll. Oh, Cairo, did you get my, excuse me. Cairo, did you get my email that I just sent, that I sent in response to yours? Okay. Here we go. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Use talents tactically in combat. Pfft. Everyone knows the way you handle combat in Skyrim is to spam the hell out of the left mouse button and pray. Just kidding, it's not what you do. Ah, the beauty of Skyrim awaits you. Before that, though, the beauty of volume awaits. There we go. Lovely, that's better. Okay, cool. Lovely, awesome. Yes. Yeah, if you guys missed the session, by the way, since Lendris said he was watching through it, no spoilers because Lendris hasn't seen it yet, but man, that D&D session we had last time was a lot of fun for me to DM. A lot of good stuff happened out of that, so why? Oh, so I don't have that done yet. And wablow. For those of you who weren't here last time, I'd like to introduce you to my newest fun toy. His name is Ghost wolf! Yeah. And now... Oh, no. Can I kill you? No? Okay. It's a good point, Ekag. It's a good point. His name is Case. Yes, it is Case. Yes, thank you, Nonstop, for you. You were absolutely right, yes. Okay, so we have one bounty that we have to do, guys, which is to kill this murderer, Payless Nayaram. And also, I want you to notice, this is the first time. This is a 2-star quest. This is a step up in class, so we'll see how we handle that. And then this is the main quest that we're going to continue. But I want to do this bounty first. So let's find out where that bounty is. Is what based on TES lore? Oh, is the game that I'm playing? This game right here, Lentris, is a completely new, not based on TES lore, full overhaul by the Shure AI team. Which is a volunteer team that basically did this over the course of a number of years and did a pretty amazing job with it. They overhauled everything. They used some mods that are familiar, like the Skyrim UI mod and stuff like that. But basically, the story, a lot of the textures, the animations, the leveling system, the magic system, all that stuff is different. So much so that if you want to switch back and forth from Skyrim regular saves to this, you have to actually press a button and it converts all of Skyrim into this game, and then you press another button and it goes all the way back again, which to me is a little bizarre. Like, I'm surprised that actually works, but allegedly it does. So, yeah. So, it's cool. Okay. So yes. So that's the deal with that. It's pretty sweet. I have reached out to Skyrim, to the Enderal, the AI team. Oh god. Hi. Death. Hell is hitting me. You missed, Broseph. Nice try, though. This whole thing is littered in highwaymen. There are, like, highwaymen everywhere. Everywhere. Everywhere you look are highwaymen. 64-bit. You just got the email saying I hit 525. Again, the reason they do that, and I think I started talking about this, but then I got distracted. The reason that they do that is because they have this stupid system which basically shows people in the public side and basically notifies people based on what they think you're actually taking home, you know, like after fees and stuff like that, which sounds like a cool idea, except because the goals are not based on... I don't want people to judge things based on the goals, right? I want to judge things based on what I take home. I want them to judge it based on what the actual number is. So when you get to a certain level, that means we've hit that level. You know, everybody knows that I don't get the full amount of it. There are fees and things that have to be taken into account. But the idea is that I base things not on some estimated, like, I think this is the number, but here's the number that we're trying to reach. And you're not allowed to opt out of it. And I've sent them messages about it. I've sent them emails. Silence. They refuse to acknowledge that it's even a concern. So I put up a public announcement on my page basically being like, whatever this shows you right now is nonsense. It's not 525. We are actually at 61104, which is the actual number. And I really wish they would let us opt out of it and put the number we want to put on the front page. Because they claim it's better for creators. I'm like, how about you let us decide that? So the 525 thing is just sort of a lagging indicator of the actual money that we've got, is my point. And, yeah. Hey, what's up, OKG Knife? I'm confronted with electric gloves. What's up, Shane? No, man. We've got all that. Shane, how did the Mike Merles interview go? I was not able to do it. I was in the midst of trying to get through a ton of grading and stuff like that, and I was out. So how did it go, man? Shane, of course, as you guys know, regular good guy, runs a radio program on which I have appeared on a number of occasions. And that's the one I'm talking about right now, actually. His book, Mentalism. Yes. Mentalism for sure. Also, I want some food. How about... let's go with... goat meat. Goat meat living in the city. Okay, cool. Yeah, Yawning Portal looks like something I might want to check out in the future so that I can actually get, have some adventures to just sort of chuck in there. And I'll have a carrot for the rest of it. Okay, good. Yeah, man, the highwaymen. Highwaymen are just not getting the job done. Okay. I guess I can just follow these tracks. Oh, wait. Okay. I'll tell you what, too. They do not give you a lot of lockpicks. Not a lot. Not a lot of lockpicks. Okay. Excuse me. Hello, Case. I want to increase that and get more. That's an entropy spell is the only problem. I'm not following entropy right now, but I may end up doing more of that. Like entropy would be next and then mentalism, because I'm building up my elemental qualities as fast as I can. Yeah, I'm annoyed, man, because the thing is, the reason I'm annoyed about it is when I was entered into the beta for that, and I made very clear that I didn't really like it, and I appreciated what they were trying to do, but I wanted to be opted out of it, please. And they were like, oh, okay, you know, that sounds, you know, and the guy said, oh, I appreciate your feedback, and we'll get back to you. And then they rolled it out, they included me in it without asking me, and then they had the actual gall to ignore me when I brought this up. So now I'm just like, fine, I'm just going to publicly announce, I'm not going to stop using Patreon over it, but I'm going to publicly announce how this annoys me. And this is ridiculous. So. All right, here we go. So, now, I've got to find these pirates. Okay. So, we are looking for this dude, the murderer Palus Nayarum. No. I like this little ore thing. Okay, now this is a level 2 quest, so I don't know if I'm going to get freaking owned here, or if I'm strong enough now that I can handle this. We'll find out. Okay, I don't really like the approach that much on this. It's using the Skyrim engine, but it is a completely different world, though, yes. Completely different world, built from the ground up, basically. Really, I mean, you can obviously see that it's Skyrim-based, of course, but it really feels like Skyrim, but a very different game. This feels like a DLC with a totally new environment and world. Pretty long, apparently. Okay. What do we hear? Oh. Interesting. Hey, what's up, Shadowed? What's going on, man? I mean, if he's a pirate... Oh. Yeah, we got guys on both sides here. You haven't seen me yet, either. See me now. So far, so good. Dead. I already got him. Oh boy. Here they come. No one sees me.
Just a scratch.
Oh boy. Problem.
The bite of a flea.
Ow. 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 Woo! Oh boy. Okay, we need some help here. You need to be a mass murderer. Okay, okay. Let's see what we got. What can I do here? Let's see. I'm going to take a let's see. I'm gonna have to risk a heal potion here, I think. These things increase this arcane fever. But go get him. Go get him, Case. Yes, Moon Carrot. Haha! Yes. Feel the burn. Level 8, baby. Level 8. That's what I'm talking about. I could handle it. It was harder. It was definitely harder, but I could manage. I need to increase my health eventually. Yes. Boom. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Success. Okay. Time to go now. Time to go do this stuff. Now, this next level is of elementalism is awesome. You guys are about to see why. So, here's the tree that I've been building on, right? So, I have 3 options here. I've got Elementalist Electrocution, do 10% more damage, absorb a part of the opponent's mana. I've got Impact, can stagger your enemies if dual casted, which could be really useful. Or I've got Shock Nova, which is also useful. 10 shock damage, blah, 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 blah. So pretty much I have to get all of these, but I'm going to start with this because it does more damage and absorbs part of the mana, allowing me to continue to cast it. But I like all of these tiers. And that one that's up top, the one that's up there, is reduces mana cost of elemental spells of master level by 30%. Grip of this form of good mage. These guys were pirates! Do you guys... This guy that I just took out is a murderer. I did not do this in a kindergarten. I did not walk into a... I didn't walk into a preschool and say, hey, let me see who I can get. This is not what I did. I took out a bastard highwayman that was a murderer. They deserved what they got. They didn't like it, they shouldn't have been murderers. As a lawful character, you get them prison. I didn't say I was lawful, I said I was neutral. Setting people on fire is still messed up. I am a, I'm neutral good. I'm the best kind of good. I do what is necessary to ensure the good. Even if that involves a teensy-weensy attack from the outside. Well, where is the... Wow, I blew this guy... Okay, wait. I want to show you guys something. So see this, right? Okay. Here is where I first saw him. Okay, he was over here. My bolt blew him all the way back to the cart. He wasn't sleeping when I killed him. It's not true. Wow, this guy's got all iron, and it's all heavy, and so I'm not taking any of it. Man. You're a monster. You are a monster. You have become what you fight. Not true. And you know why? Because I don't say "arr." Oh, wait a second. And here's this dude that I blew into next week. Lovely. Oh, wait. I'll take those two. Okay. That is shocking. Exactly. Shocking. I see what you did there, Porcitos. Okay. Health potion. I don't know what the value of a horseshoe is, but okay. Right. I also like the level design in this, in Enderal. I like a lot of what they've done. Oh my god. It's a good thing that he didn't have this manned and saw me. Look at this. Although, why would you set up your crossbow right in front of a tree? You can actually get it. It's free, Shimmy. You can get this game, I believe, if you go to Shore AI. They actually have a really good setup for it. If you go to their website, it gives you every bit of information you need. It basically tells you what you have to do in what order and how, and it's pretty awesome. So, camouflage. Yeah, but I mean, like, camouflage is one thing. You're just going to hit the branch if you shoot there. You were supposed to destroy the monsters, not join them. So you know what I say to that, Jedi? I have the high ground. That's what I say to that. Look, there's a chicken. See, I'm going to let this chicken live. This chicken has done nothing wrong to me. This chicken is an innocent. I will not kill this innocent chicken. Blessed leather gauntlets. Okay, and I got to drop some stuff. This chicken deserves a second chance. It can only have the high ground if I'm Obi-Wan. Indeed. This chicken, though. Sunshine, living in the city. Given Skyrim's history with killing chickens, yes. That's true. Devil, okay, there we go. There we go. All right, I'm going to get rid of some of these things. No. No. And don't need two of those. Don't need that. Don't need that. Not worth enough. Because the value for the weight thing. Don't need two of those. I like that it calls it clutter. It even just says, it's just like, you know what this is? Useless. What would I call this? Useless. Basket. Okay. There we go. All right, now, I want you to think carefully about what you've seen here today, chicken. You underestimate my power. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you very much. I want you to consider what you've seen here today, chicken. And, consider it well. Don't let the yoke be on you. Health potion. No, I'm not going to take that. We'll use the workbench. Use workbenches to improve items. All improvements require materials. I don't think I've... I don't think I have anything to improve, apparently. Alright, let's get rid of that. Just base Skyrim shadowed because it has DLC built into it, like the Skyrim UI thing. It has built into it, so if you get this, it has that. All the witnesses. Cabin in the refuge. Okay, hold on. That's a new place. What do we got here? Basket. Barrel. Got a broken ship. Is this anything? No? Certainly looked like something. Made it. That's a good place for a chest. Oh, you need ore to upgrade weapons. Oh. Okay, because I haven't had a chance to upgrade anything here yet, so. Okay, I want to check that outside ship, and then I'm going to check the cabin next. I'd be surprised if there's one other person sitting around here someplace, because you don't leave anybody on the ship as a guard? I guess they just assume their big crossbow would get the job done, huh? Not so much. This does have the classic, you know, why is this in a chest thing that Skyrim had, though, like vanilla Skyrim. Like last night, I spent all this time lock-picking a chest, and inside the chest, carrot. Single carrot. Locked in the whole business. Carrot. They just killed him. Yeah, but you didn't see what happened when he was doing terrible things like beating his wife and all that stuff. You know, Div, you didn't see that. See, you're too busy assuming that I was doing something wrong when all I'm doing is visiting justice, as was my charge upon these people. I think, whoa. Nice, here we go. It was a special carrot. Yeah, I always lock my carrots away. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Chloe. The dialogue has to be done the right way. Well, that's why you and I like Shadowrun, Chloe, because the Shadowrun games didn't do that. See, now this is an example. I want you guys to see this. No, look, see? No one saw that chicken. I did not kill that chicken. That chicken was killed by the pirate. As you will see, there is a chicken up here. See? Chicken's right there. Okay, living chicken. Notice right here, there is a chicken nest. But I will not take it. Because I will not take the home of an innocent chicken from it. That would be an act of foul play. So I will not feather my nest and become a shell of a human being when the white thing to do is to turn the other beak and leave the chicken alone.
Finally.
Whoa!
Fun.
Look at this! Just walk in and this guy just starts attacking me. What the hell was that? I literally walk in and the guy just starts attacking me. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This is the violence we see inherent in the system. I just walk in, the guy's like, "Huh, blow." This is how I get all my chicks. I thought I'd do it on a wing and a prayer. I don't know, Div. You'd have to talk to Robin Hood about it. Let's have one of these chunks of cheese. Jeez, man. Okay, use hearth. Anything? Coins. Empty. Quill, inkwell, read note. Esteemed Koldrak, I request that we immediately send men to move the looted goods from the shelter. This old Oradit may be a ideal hiding place for the ship, which we use for the assaults on the merchant ship heading to Ark. However, the hideout is rather noticeable due to the placed lorry tracks. If the steel crabs get wind of it, we can't secure the goods anymore. See, they're stealing stuff from the good people of Riverville. They're stealing it. Know what I'm saying? You killed all his mates. How does he know that? He's been inside. I walked in, he's like, no, it's time to have some fun. That's all he knows. Come on, man. Pirates are always doing this. Pirates are always, like, getting into fights with people. You know? Whoa. Potion, potion, potion. Scroll. Spell tome. Spell tome. Spell tome. Spell tome. Spell tome. I think I have most of these, actually. So he has no idea. I already know that. I already know that. I already know that. I have to sell some of these. Aha, I did not know that. That's stereotyping. I'm sure that these guys just have a good time, you know, hang out, and they get into little fights. So when a person hears the shrieking of the dead as people are blown into next Sunday, I'm sure that he assumes that's just part of everyday events. Okay, let's cook some food. Roasted poultry meat. Hell yeah. That's all we get, apparently. So far, there have not been a lot of good recipes for this, I think. You were making those assumptions. Then why is it the first thing he said when he saw me was time to play? And takes out his weapon. Time to play, takes out his weapon and swings it at my head. How exactly should I interpret that? Pray tell. Actually. There's a chicken outside. The chicken is the mastermind. Having a good time. Having a good time. Yeah, the chicken. It is true that probably the true mastermind is the chicken. Like, as I'm leaving, the chicken's like, "What? You thought you had me." And then he turns into, like, some chicken lich or something. And meanwhile, you guys are all here mourning over the loss of murderers, and you're like, oh my god, Arv does this, Arv does that. You never think about the horror of the chicken. Alright. So now we can go and return this wanted thing. Receive the bounty. Let's receive that bounty. Chicken is bird. You mean big bird? Time to pray. Cast sleep. I don't listen. My sleep just happens to be of the permanent variety, Glog. You know. He's just gonna, that's gonna be he's never going to awake from that sleep, but. You know, spies everywhere. Time to pray. Yes, time to pray with a weapon aimed at my face, right? Time to pray. Here comes the weapon. Oh, really, Hilness? All right. Okay. Really cool if I could actually use these, but I can't. This was Minecraft. The meat is people. Yeah, exactly, KFC. There's some people who really, really love KFC. And I mean, I had KFC some when I was a kid. But, I mean, I mean, it's fine, but to me, it's like saying, like, what I really love is this fake processed. I'm like, okay, I mean, if you say so. Follow me, Case. I am not an evil mage. That's not true. I was sent here to kill murderers, and that's what I did. That is what I did today. My conscience is clear, sir. Conscience clear. Okay. How are we doing? Receive the bounty. Okay, I'm going the right way. Two wrongs don't make one right. I remember eliminating these guys a way back. I like how the bonfire... The bonfires in Skyrim are really, really robust, man. Bonfires do not give up. Zap! Coastal Deerstalker. KFC potato wedges. I have to tell you guys, today, dinner we had tonight, which my mother-in-law cooked, was, we had green beans, sweet potatoes, but it's like a yellow sweet potato. And we had pork loin. And this pork loin was really good. Like, the seasoning was perfect. It was not dry. It was just moist. How are we doing? Good. It was delicious. Oh, I hear. Yep. They don't call it Nirnroot in this. I forget what they call it, but... Vinroot or whatever? Zap. Oops. Tell you what, man, these coastal deerstalkers. Yes. That's true. That's true. Yeah, she didn't kill you. You were concerned, though. You were concerned, man. You had your doubts. Oh, man. Can you believe, by the way, that that is, this year is my wife's and my 14th wedding anniversary. So next year it'll have been 15 years since we got married. My, how the time flies. Butterfly. What? Thanks. Am I on track? Yes, I am. I know, right? Oh, thank you, Dunsel. It's actually August 16th is the date, and yep, it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. Definitely, we had our ups and downs and so forth, but I think we're in a good place. And she's, I think things worked out really well. I love her. She's really great. All right. You started reading Grey Shade? Nice, Hillness. I hope you enjoy it, man. Thank you again for buying it. I appreciate it very, very much. That is very helpful. Hello, who are you?
Walk blessed, my child. How may I help you?
I'm an outlander. Can you explain to me what this path really is?
What it is?
Oh, wait.
Path is to
You answered this
founded
question.
This country under Malthus's guidance. You are welcome, child. Walk blessed.
Yeah, you already told me that. Wait. Can you heal me?
Let me see. Malthus bless this body, rid it of its afflictions, and endow it. Well, I suppose that depends on what you.
Thanks.
On what you deem
See you,
as
Brosa.
interesting.
Appreciate the heal.
I'm certain you've heard about the tragic events in Ark.
What?
Apparently, the Magister who murdered
Very funny, Chloe.
from Riverville.
I'm sorry that I've... you.
Then there's the mayor.
Apparently, you've read the opposite of that, which is 50 Shades of Grey.
I cannot help her.
Common mistake. Oh, really, Helness? Or maybe commiserations. See, well, and Mrs. Dunsel can speak for herself, whether or not, everything has worked out with you and Commander Dunsel. Seems like you guys are doing pretty well. Okay, you are my magic person. Yes, of course. Let me sell things to you. Okay, where's all my books at? Sell. Alright, and what else can I sell? Sell. And sell. And let's see, what else can we sell? Sell. Don't need 2 of those. Can sell that. Still not sure about that one. Let's sell that. That. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this. We don't need 3 of those, do we? Alright. So now that we sold all that stuff, 17 plus years, you got around to the marriage thing somewhere in the middle. There you go. There you go. You've read Greyshade. Yeah, well, thank you, Chloe. Thank you so much, Seymour. I appreciate that. I need to bring 50 copies of Greyshade, indeed. I want to say, by the way, to everybody, because I've had a bunch of people who've told me that they've been reading it and they've been enjoying it. I want to say thank you, and I want to say to everybody again, if you did enjoy Greyshade, a positive review on Amazon would be much appreciated. If you enjoyed it, please go over to Amazon and leave. Doesn't have to be a long one, but a brief review would be a big help, because any positive reviews that we get for Greyshade, any reviews that go on there, build it in the algorithm, and the publisher is happy with the sales already. But if we can do that plus add on the reviews to it, that would be great. Obviously, if you didn't like it, no obligation. But if you did enjoy the book quite a bit, it would definitely be appreciated if a review can go there. Never a requirement, but again, appreciated. And yeah, but thank you, Seymour. And the good news is that unlike those of you who have read The Third Sign, which I am going to write the sequel to, I will finish that series. I know that Brockus knows about this. I will finish that series. But unlike that, there will be immediate solutions to some of the questions asked in Greyshade, because Renegade is going to be out this year for sure, September. It will be into my publisher sometime next month. And then the third book, which I have narrowed down to one of 3 possible titles, and I'll make an announcement about that when my publisher allows me to. That will be coming out September of next year. So you will get an actual finish of it. So 7 years. Yeah, I know, man. That's right. You've been married for 7 years. That's so awesome, dude. That's so awesome. I did not have to worry about having anyone's mother-in-law kill me at your wedding. Yeah, Amazon, yep. No. I don't want to make it real talk. No. I know you're joking, but I would never do that. No, definitely people are not obligated to do that. But if you like the book, it's definitely one of those things that people always say, how can I help? That's definitely one way that you can help. So that's kind of what I always like to bring up. Okay, I need to remember what the hell my skills are. So, okay, Elementalism is at 30, so I need to get the higher, more expensive books for that. Mentalism is at 18. Light Armor, so I should get Light Armor moved up a little bit. I want to get light armor moved up. And by the way, in case you guys are wondering, the way this works is you have learning points, and you can use those learning points towards these, but you need to buy books to actually read them. So I have the apprentice level gets you up to level 25. 25 to like 50 or something is I think adept, and then there's like expert or something like that above that. So I need to increase my light armor. I need to increase entropy because I need to do more of that summoning creatures and stuff. So light armor, entropy, and mentalism probably, and elementarism. So light armor, entropy, and elementarism. Yep, there it is. And you can actually get both the Kindle edition and the paperback on that same thing. And because I think I saw Trendane in here, he is working on the audiobook, and I've been talking this up. The audiobook is badass. He's doing so well on it. I cannot wait. It's going to be super awesome. Okay, how much is this going to cost me? See, this is so expensive, $175. All right, well, let's get 3 of those. Up to skill level 50, that's what I thought. Okay, and let's get another light armor. Let's get 2 of those. Let's get another 2 lock picking, because I want to get to the point where I can use the adept one. So let's use 2 of those. Well, actually, that's not that expensive. I didn't realize it was that cheap. Okay. So I can actually get a couple more. Alright, let's see what that brings me up to.
May his light guide you.
How do you do relationships like this? Well, the first is to find someone, I think, with whom you are emotionally and intellectually compatible. And those things aren't always the same. Definitely mutual attraction. I think a sense of humor is very important, and I think you need to agree on the big stuff. I don't think you need to agree on everything. I don't think you need to agree on every little thing. In fact, I think it's a mistake to try to agree on every little thing. Oh, crap. No, I do not. But I do think you need to try to agree agree on the big stuff. So my wife and I, for example, agree on the big principles of how to raise our kids, about the things that we value, and that's important, you know. Elementarism. Awesome. Okay, let's do light armor. And light armor. Okay, let's do lockpicking. 17. 18. 19. Alright, so I need 6 more lockpickings. Alright, let's see what we got. And see, now we've got 8 learning points. So I feel like it's going to be hard to run out of learning points. You're more likely not to have the money to buy the books for it. So, what kind of good guy has that much skill with lockpicks? There are many good thieves, sir. There are many people who have used lockpicks on the side of good. Many. Okay, 4 light armor. And how many lockpicking? 6 lockpicking. 4 light armor, 6 lockpicking. Okay. How much would 6 lockpicking be?
Yes, of course.
Oh, well, I mean, that's fine. You know, I mean, no, you know, if you don't, the marriage part of it was important for my wife and I, but it doesn't have to, I mean, that's not, you know, that is as it is. I mean, that's not a requirement. Let's see, 4 lockpicking. I think I said, right?
Farewell.
Okay, lockpicking. 20, 21, 22, 23. 2 more. 2 more. 2 more lockpicking books.
Yes, of course.
2 more lockpicking books. Okay, and then I probably won't have to do any more work on lockpicking. 25. This will... Actually, I think this is, now that I think of it, I think lockpicking is actually using crafting points. I forgot about that. So lockpicking is not a skill point, not a learning point, it's a crafting point. So I have 6 of those left. So that's fine. So this is good for now. And then up here, I guess I want to see, I don't think she's got any entropy books because it's forbidden. So it's going to be harder to get the entropy up there. But I want to see if I can do maybe elementarism possibly, or conceivably mentalism.
Greetings. Yes, yes, of course.
Oh, that voice acting. Okay, you don't have anything in entropy, do you? 175. Okay, I don't have enough for that. So I can increase my light armor by 1. Excuse me. All right. Let's increase my light armor by 1. There we go. All right. So the only problem I have so far really with the game is the fact that there's so much money that's required to be able to level up. Oh, that's where I get my bounty. I forgot about that. 240 and 320 experience. There are no bounty missions right now. Yes! I have done it all. Okay, I'm going to get one more of the elementarism books.
Yes, yes, of course.
All right, good night, Chloe. Sleep well. You ran into BG at PAX East. Oh, really? BG from EB? You mean Brackus? That's cool. How's he doing? I thought that he was down in Florida, though. I thought that he was, last I heard he was down in Florida, but of course that's a long time ago. Right, elementarism. No, just one is good.
Me?
There is the man with the Discord. What's up, Kilobyte? Kill, what's up, dude? Kilobyte, we have some people who need invites to the Discord because apparently Patreon did not notify anybody about the Discord stuff. So we have some people that need to be invited to the Discord. So I wanted to ask your permission, Kill. Is it okay if they message you right now, if they whisper you, and you can give them a whisper invite to the Discord? Would you be able to do that?
Light guide you.
Okay, nice. So the bounties are done, which means it's main quest time, people. We are done with that. We are done with Riverville. It's main quest time. So let's meet Jesper to set out for Ark. Ah, okay. So Kilobyte's got it. Yeah, he's a guy that we used to work with. He was working on the BioShock series. Oh. Huh, okay, I didn't realize that. So there you go. There's your Discord invite, guys. And if you want the Patreon-only chat, you need to be able to support at the $5 level. So. All right, Vexen's there. There's all this.
Huh? Wait, I think I know you. You work for the Order, don't you? Why are those wild mages up in the temple? Malphus, forgive my doubts, but why would the Grandmaster side with heretics? It just doesn't add up.
Yeah, it's terrible, man. No idea what you're talking about. Okay. So good. All right, let's go talk to Jesper and let's move it. So we are out of bounties. We killed 3 people. We got the bounties that were necessary. I'm king of the world. Okay. A little bit unnecessary, probably. The dream. All right, there we go. Right. The Drunken Bee. It's a story game about a blind woman in a haunted house. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. That's really cool. Okay, see you, Reaper. Oh, watch out for the chicken spies. Indeed, I will. Yep, they did. In fact, they used to come into some of the guys from Looking Glass. You remember that, Brackus? That we had a couple of guys from Looking Glass that came in into our EB.
But Malphus, What kind of armor is that?
It's a robe.
By Malphus, what kind of armor is that?
You have a problem with it?
Well, that's just how he is.
By Malphus, what
Shut
kind
up.
of armor is that?
How about you get off the bench? What are you doing?
Malphus,
What?
what kind of armor is that? Just where did I put it?
Malphas's blessings.
Thanks. A gambling table. What is this?
I just don't see the fucking point.
Should sit down if I want to play. All right. Sure. Battle for Treyamar. I don't know what this means. I didn't know him well. He just came into EB, so stakes. 10. You wager 10 pennies. Ulmer Sunstorm's wagers 12 pennies. Potential profit 22. Okay. Is this their answer to Gwent? The rat, Ilior, and the bear. Press C to attempt a fraud. What? Do you want to roll the dice to boost the strength of your team? Doing so costs 4 pennies, which go directly to your opponent. Okay. Okay, 17 points. That looks bad. Oh, I think I beat him. The hell was that crap? Yeah, he is a Patreon supporter, no, Kill. This is what I'm saying, Kilobyte. I don't know if Patreon... I mean, I connected it and everything, and they said it's all integrated, but I don't know if it's working or not. I'll play again. Well, let's make the stakes... one more time, 20. I don't think this is going to be at the Gwent level. Okay, we got the wolf. We got the archer. We got the bear. Yeah, let's boost that dice. Boost those dice. Okay, 22. 10. Yeah, this game is not going to make anyone forget about Gwent, guys. Bah. Nonsense.
A foreigner, huh? Well, you've chosen a strange time to visit this country.
A Guide to the Storm and Stress. A Guide to the Collected Works of Prince Adreu of Myth. Composed by GAVM. Prince Adreu of Myth is without a question among the most prominent poets of our time. Countless intellectuals from all over Vin have already traveled to Ark, his adoptive home, in hopes of listening to the artist's passionate lectures. Skillfully, he combines classical metric with ardent primeval onomatopoeia, thus giving utterance to his innermost feelings in unprecedented manner. And yet, a highly regarded Coranian scholar called his works at times extremely challenging even for a learned mind, wishing for an aid to interpreting the intellectual outpourings of the literary lightborn. This booklet accomplishes exactly that purpose. It shall assist the inclined friend of poetry in achieving deeper understanding for Prince Adreu of Myth's flashes of genius. A warning beforehand. If the books of Jornis Schmid should belong to your collection, you should give this book to the flames at once, as Myth's visionary thoughts will remain sealed to you anyway. Opus 1, In the Shackles of Lust. On rocks I stood amidst the sea, before me nymphs of ancient times. Oh yes. Sensual and sweet as sin, their bodies touch my tender skin. Oh yummy, taste like cherries. Lo, how their bosoms make me languish, and leave my poet's heart in anguish. Woe, woe, away, away, away you go. They purse their lips so dark and red, such scheming play, such vexing hex. Ah, ugh, brute lust. With strongest will, my soul so small, I fled their calling after all. Yippee. What the hell is this crap? The poet here unambiguously recounts a seafarer's struggle against the seductions of the fire nymphs who live among the coves and bays of the sea with the same name. Witty but gentle still, he conjures up powerful images in the first stanza, adding a dramatic touch by utilizing words such as gone, sea, and times, and thereby reminding us of the era of Enderalian epics. But as soon as we are lulled into false security by his aptly chosen words, he surprises us with an apparent breach in style. Oh yes, the lines shout at us with archaic power, arousing emotions of insatiable lust and temptation. The renowned genius drags us even further into the vortex of sexuality in the next stanza, where he eloquently describes how the nymphs, full of femininity, attempt to drive the lyrical self to them in certain death. For a short moment, the hero breaks down as the words, oh yummy, taste like cherries show. Full of sarcasm, they point to the primeval helplessness a beautiful man or woman, according to preference, can put us in. By choosing the cherry, our poet consciously uses a sensual fruit to create a connection with the second line, symbolizing the relentless predicament our hero now finds himself in. Should he take to the fruit or to flight? Thinking of his companion in home and ark, the poet then increases the cunning seafarer's anguish beyond measure as the nymphs ecstatically rub themselves on his body, making him feel their full, well-formed lust buds. Lust buds? Lust buds. The guttural sounds also convey the endless anguish now spreading in the speaker's heart for the first time. Whoa, whoa, away, away, away you go. Finally, the wicked poem achieves its emotional climax in the fourth stanza. While the lecherous mermaids continue in their attempts to drag the seafarer with them in the abyss, a stream of doubts, existential angst, and wayless temptation erupts in his head. Brute lust. Here it shall be remarked that the poet only reluctantly added the words brute lust so as to make the theme of his literary masterpiece eager to grasp for his not as well-read but well-meaning fellow intellectuals, a virtue found in precious few poets speaking for the prince's human greatness. Then the delighted reader, engaged by the heartbreaking epic struggle of an honest man with his primeval instincts, is finally released. In order to avoid leaving the emotionally exhausted mind of the reader in the real world in an all too melancholical condition, the genius adds a tired yippee to the second last line, a despaired yet relieved exclamation of the brave seafarer, who will never forget his fateful encounter with the lecherous demonesses. Someone took a graduate class in poetry and decided to have they were going to get their revenge here. Where did the songs you sing come from?
It depends. Some of them are ancient Enderalian traditions. Some have been written by famous bards, and some of them I've collected through my journeys.
May I wish for a specific song?
What would you like to hear?
Let's go with the Song of the Last Sunset. No, the Song of the Wayward Wanderer.
Sure. Our ancient world seemed newborn in his eyes. No place could keep him, he yearned for the skies. He abandoned the way that Malthus foresaw. He followed a path of his own. And he strayed
What
in
kind
the
of honor is
void
that?
as a wayward wanderer.
Excuse me, I'm trying to listen to music.
Despising the
Please get out of my way.
that was meant just for him, yet the dreams that he sought in the deep red afterglow were as distant as ever before.
Malthus, what kind of armor is that?
He did find a home in the city below.
There's a flute. She could play flute and guitar at the same time.
The woman who loved him held out her heart, and her suffering tore it apart. 'Cause he strayed in the void as a wayward wanderer, despising the path that was meant just for him. Yet the dreams that he sought in the deep red afterglow were as distant as ever before. Our ancient world seemed as old as his eyes. He had lived his whole life under empty skies. When a little boy asked him for the guiding path, he said, do not risk Malthus's wrath. 'Cause you'll stray in the void as a wayward wanderer, despising the path.
Can they do that and also sing? Because that's my question.
Dreams that you seek in
Good stuff. Let me have one more. Hello? I guess I couldn't choose any others. Oh well. That's cool though. Yeah, hey. Can I?
What would you like to hear?
There we go. How about the Song of the Wild Mages? I hope that she sings Wild Mages. Okay.
Sure.
Shivering hands and
Righteous path. Did you
delirious
hear the
eyes,
news? It's
brittle
appalling.
voices and maniac
Oh,
minds.
hello there. I assume you weren't talking about Countess Delbano's new hairstyle.
Terror and dismay. Walls of fire and arrows of ice. Before you can blink, they have slaughtered you twice. Death is their companion.
Not suspecting a thing, that poor woman entered her husband's room only to find him gone.
His light has never shone on their face.
Oh, did they do that? That's cool, Arvisatos.
Height of 7! This is scandalous! How? Who told you this?
Mages wild and free. Wicked wayward wizards.
Well, if she said it, it must be true.
I'm tempted, Glog. I want these people to shut up about their stupid story.
On the surface, they pray each day, do their work, and honor the righteous path. But if you look away for just 1 second, things go down like in a Koranian brothel.
Uttering curses and hexes into the night. You'll never know what's beneath the disguise. They're masters of fear, illusion, and lies. You won't have a
I will. Walk west.
to say your final prayer. Mount Foss's light has never shone on their face. The anarchist fever has clouded their
Anakin's fever.
troubled brains. Mages wild and free, wicked wayward wizards. If they're pointing their
Yes, Dragon.
devious fingers at you, you'll soon be crazy too. If the magical fire flares up in your head and your spirit is filled with frenzy and dread, don't wait or soon all help will be in vain. The journey to the water you must take, or else
No, just so long as people let me listen to her and don't keep coming up with stupid convos.
will be a frightful blue death. Mount Foss's light has never shone on their face. The anarchist fever has clouded their troubled brains. Mages wild and free,
Excuse me.
wicked wayward
Okay, cool. Thanks, Killbite.
if they're pointing their devious
You think so, Glog?
fingers at you, you'll
I can
soon
see it.
be
I can see it.
crazy too.
Nice. Good job. Good job. Good job, Lilith. Thank you.
Murmuring, whispering, creaking and crackling. Can you hear the voices of the
Okay. We do need to move on with the game. I read that. I'm pretty sure I've read this already. Pretty sure I've read that already. Exactly. Then in a far, far land away, he sits in the dawn of the sun and enjoys only the music wind and his ghost, a wolf of one. And a far distant land he goes to travel with his friends, for the time is come when this road that he follows makes its end. And he's long, long, long away to the sea, sea, sea. And he's gone, 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 and he has left me. The time he has found will take this place to go, and that's all what I'll follow will know. Cool. All right, let's see. They call me the Butcher. I have to do this now because I saw these things. It hurts to write these words, though I am aware of their truth. What else should a man be called whose trail is marked by dozens of corpses? Corpses which are not mute witnesses of a battle or an accident. No, corpses which are solely the result of my own doing. Thank you for the host, Firesnake. Oh, goodness. Thank you so much for the host, Firesnake. I appreciate that, man. What's going on? Thank you so much. Can we get a shout out to Firesnake Aries? Firesnake is a good dude. He's been streaming a lot of Torment, which I am doing on my Pen and Pixel show on GOG, but he's been doing a lot of Torment and reading out everything. Seems familiar. So you just came in for a lot of reading, Firesnake. I hope you're ready for a lot of reading, because I have got reading for you, sir. Okay. Men, women, elders, children, priests, merchants, travelers, and whores. My murders seem to follow an inscrutable pattern whose arbitrariness will put an icy veil around everyone's heart. But of course this will not be what heralds will proclaim. For them in the Holy Order I will be no less than a monstrosity, a pathless demon who has been led astray by his own mundane cravings. They will call me an evil man, a beast with a heart black as midnight. Because these are the colors in which the world prefers to think, black and white. No one will ask about the how and why. Even these pages will be hard to acquire, for the Holy Order will surely do everything in its power to prohibit their printing, which is why I shall congratulate you, whoever you may be, for holding them in your very own hands. With this assembly of withered pages you shall be given an insight into my very own thoughts. Do not understand them as a justification for my deeds, because this is not what they are. I assume full responsibility for what I have done, and I desire no absolution, neither from Malthus, whose supposed divinity is something I nowadays merely smile upon, nor from the people, from justice, or some other strange, greater power, whose true nature we have not yet learned to comprehend. This book is no more than a testimony of strange and inscrutable happenings yonder, which have made me into what I am. Chapter 1. Follow the Fire. It was a dull, cold, and wet morning that should change my life forever. Yes, somehow it almost seemed as if that day Mother Nature, as a response for the festivities of the preceding night, had decided to recover herself with a dreamy, nondescript day. The reason for the aforementioned festivities had been the so-called Star Summer Night, which every year marks the beginning of a new spring and in which the night sky is illuminated by dozens of wild, untamed starfires. No, strictly fiction, Div. Strictly fiction. While the common people, however... Thank you for the host, Darksaber. I appreciate it, man. Welcome in. Darksaber's another guy. So yeah, can we get a shout out, by the way? Can we get a shout out for Firesnake Aries? Can someone do !SO space Firesnake Aries? Can someone do that for me? And do the same thing for Darksaber if you could. While the common people, however, use the occasion to indulge in their mundane cravings, whether by drinking in smoky taverns, thank you, Glog, so much, dancing around the first delve of Spade, or having cultivated conversations on a masked ball. For us clerics, it means no less than a night filled with processions, sermons, and prayer. Thank you so much, Glog. After shortly attending the joyous speech of the mayor and giving my priestly blessing to the commencement of the festivities, I silently retreated into the temple and prayed until both my knees and my tongue were sore, just like the holy verses oblige every priest to do. It was of no significance whether the cleric was the high priest in person or, as it was the case with me, merely a simple, insignificant father in an even simpler and more insignificant village. Mine was called Fogville and was situated on a constantly windy, sparsely vegetated cliff at the very west of Enderal. It owed its name to, who would have guessed that, the pale, thin wafts of mist which every morning laid themselves over the village's countenance like a mourning veil over the face of an old widow. I still remember this last gaze yonder, which I threw upon the poor houses at the bottom of the hill the village's temple was enthroned upon. After the dissonant orchestration of lute music, animated laughter, and popping of corks, an almost eerie silence had laid itself upon the village. Only here and there a lonesome figure could be seen and heard moving through the cool mist, and even the bakery's chimney remained still. I feebly smiled into the face of the village I had grown up in. My father, who actually wasn't my father, claimed to have found me wrapped in linen and lying in a basket near a way shrine in the Mist Road. I had been abandoned, and the man who later became my father took me to the village, full of devotion and grateful for the divine gift. However, before his untimely death only 10 years later, I never got rid of the feeling that his compassionate act was due to the fact that he found me right underneath the statue of Malthus, and not because of his wish for a child. Thank you very much, Kilobyte. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it, man. Yes, so I hope some people are getting on board the Discord server, by the way, and if you are a patron, we're working on trying to get you access to the Patreon-only room. It's not clear why that's not being allowed yet. I guess we have to manually do it at the moment, but the integration has got some issues at the moment, so we're working on it. Gilman the Tanner, as the villagers called him, was a delicate man with pockmarked skin and a slim nose. In his own opinion, the whole world conspired against him, which was the sole reason for his misery. We never talked much, but when we did, our conversations followed a general pattern. With his sawing voice, he called me to his fireplace room, where he rigidly sat most of the time, along with 2 empty tankards of beer. Then he indicated me to sit down and announced that he had to get something off his chest. The fact that only his foundling son was there to listen was another proof for how badly life had treated him. It started right when I sat down. Chalmer the hunter had sold him rancid oils. An evil cutthroat, my father called him, but after all it was in the nature of the Eterna, he said, and in Enderal this fact was not as well known as in Nerim. Or Matressa Julia, who had served him bitter wine. A mean crone she was, he said, oh yes, but thanks to Malthus he had perceived her plan and cut her down to size. And then, of course, Rashik the Smith's twin boys. Rascals they were, both of them. No respect they had for path-abiding, hard-working people like him. But no manners would be expected from a coal man and his breed. What do they know about decency? He said excitedly. These folk do nothing but shag until the bed breaks down. It did not matter to him that Rashik was a Kirin living in 3rd generation in Enderal, and that he preferred a long-term union with his mate over the promiscuous family clans of his homeland. These conversations, his persistently sour breath, and the smell of raw hides, leather, and animal fats in the workshop made up a great deal of my childhood. Friends I had only a few to none, mostly due to the fact that my father made me work hard in the tannery as soon as I reached the age of 5. If Mater Pylia, I am sure of this now, had not by incident noticed my quick wit, I would still be there today, working between animal parts, stretched hides, and slippery grease. Maybe the strange experience at that misty morning would have never happened. Yet she noticed, and that is how it came that on the day of my path consecration the aged priest proclaimed my holy path in a solemn voice. I, Jael, Tanner's son, was predestined to entirely dedicate my life to Malthus's glory, as a priest. Of course, back then I did not fully comprehend what that meant, but the other children's awestruck reactions made me realize it was a good thing. Okay, sleep well. Thanks, Glog. Thank you so much, man. Good to see you again, Glog. Thank you. Sleep well, man. Thus I left the bleak tannery and only entered the old house at the end of the village to sleep there. For my foster father, the child abduction was only one more act of treason. Looking back, I think that the amiable Mater was the only real caregiver in my life. She taught me to read and write, and she taught me the essentials of herbal lore. With empathy and toughness, she taught me what I needed to know to become part of the Enderalian clergy. 10 winters later, I received priesthood and began to serve in the small temple. I did what an obedient priest had to do. I held services, I prayed, I maintained the temple, and I heard the villagers' confessions. Mater Pylia left the village on her 60th names day and moved to a retirement quarter in the Sun Temple of the capital, which I only knew from tales. A year later, my father passed away, an event that, to my surprise, affected me deeply. Then everything became lethargic routine until that very day. The man that I was then, was he a happy man? I am not able to tell. When I try to recall the first 28 years of my life, ooh, what a happy man he was. My memories seem to be like fading words on an old parchment. My reason tells me that I was blessed in a way. The life of a priest was pleasant and constant without highs and lows. I had enough to eat, I had a home, and enough pennies to afford the services of a wandering whore from time to time. I knew that, according to the holy verses, at the end of my days I would enter the eternal paths, my path trodden, my task fulfilled. But things turned out differently. After I had taken off my robes and wearily laid down under the sheet of sleep's wool, I noticed a strange and dull feeling in my stomach. Today I know that this unremarkable moment was the first time I encountered the fire. It was small, insignificant, only a weak glow, but it was there, knowing that I would wake up as a different man. However, on this gray morning I was too tired to pay attention to it. Exhausted, I wrapped my sheet around myself and was fast asleep a moment later. I awoke in a dream. I found myself in an idyllic forest glade surrounded by green oak trees, whose leaves are moved gently by the wind. I know, Kill, yeah. The setting sun stood at the horizon like molten blaze and threw a red light over the scenery. I savored the spicy, fresh air, which tasted of wet moss, morning dew, and old secrets, mysterious, wild, and clear, like life itself. In contrast to what we all know from the nightly journeys that we call dreams, I was fully aware of the unreality of the scenery. So I accepted it as if it was as natural as time passing. I was stark naked as on the day of my birth, but I was not ashamed. On the contrary, I felt strong, clear, and free. When I took my eyes away from the sky and looked in front of me, I saw her. She stood in an old ruin that was overgrown with ivy, and whose collapsed walls and arches told of ancient times. She wore a gray flowing robe that only allowed a glimpse of her femininity beneath. Her hood hung deeply over her face so that only the tender and delicate parts of her cheeks and chin were visible, a sight that could have come from the imagination of a Kyranian painter. Her dense midnight black hair was tied into snake-like braids and fell down to her shoulders. Various things were interwoven in her hair, old faded coins that must have been minted by lost civilizations, small, finely polished bones from animals unknown to us, and strange ribbons whose colorful threads created an artful pattern. But it was not all this that hypnotized me and drew me towards the veiled figure in the ruin. It was her smile. With every step I took towards her, I fell deeper into its charm. It was not a lovely smile, as some might assume. It was a mixture of melancholy, rage, hope, and love, a symphony of contradicting feelings which I thought to be irreconcilable. It was a smile that was able to speak great wisdom, as much as orders that would mean the death of thousands. A smile born from truths recognized in otherworldly existences. Cold sweat ran from my pores, and I felt how apprehensiveness mixed with the peaceful bliss of the moment just gone. I came to a halt a few steps before her, still staring at her magical smile like a starving man at a feast. For a moment I believed to recognize a glimpse of mirth in her features. But it faded away as fast as it had appeared. Then she began to speak. "You are dying, Jael." Her voice was rough and tender at the same time, full of contrast. She spoke without mockery, pity, or cruelty. "Why?" I heard myself responding mechanically. "I am in the best of health." My answer was as pathetic and clumsy as it must appear to the reader of these yellowed pages, but I spoke them faster than I was able to think without control. The woman nodded subtly, as if she had expected this very response. "You affirm that you are of good health," she paraphrased my words with a peculiar intonation, "but you fail to perceive the fabric of this world in all its intricacy." Slowly and regretfully she shook her head, like a magistra in the monastery school who got a foolish answer from a novice to a very simple question. Then she took her hands out of the robe's sleeves and indicated me to follow her. Even her walk had something of another world about it. Her body did not move with her steps, but seemed to float. Silent and obedient, I followed her through the old ruin. Today, after I had gone through the vision in my thoughts many thousand times, I know that it was an old trading post. The walls and the rusty gate left no doubt about it. But in the vision I did not care about such banalities. To follow the figure in front of me was my sole purpose. She stopped in front of an old overgrown tower, presumably once the heart of the ruin, and opened the cast-iron door, which swung aside in an eerie, silent manner. "Go, Jael," she said. "Go and perceive the truth." These were the last words I heard until the horrid discovery inside the ruin. For when I was about to reply, she was gone. For the first time, a feeling of uncertainty mingled with the confidence they had at the beginning of the vision. I was still aware of the fact that my physical body was lying on a bed in a monist chamber in another world. Also, I knew that I could decide to wake from the wonderful and terrible vision. But I did not. Why? I'm unable to say. Was it out of curiosity? Was it the sense of fate that covered the ruin like a thin, transcendent sleeve? I don't know. I entered. The floor felt cold under my naked feet, and the dusty air that was only lit by a pale red sunbeam made me cough as it filled my lungs. The inside was almost empty except for spider webs, weathered furniture, and broken stones that had fallen from the crumbling walls. In the middle there was a wooden construction, an extraordinary large, upright box. Hesitantly I walked closer. A word came to my head but faded from my mind as fast as it had appeared. I recognized how the fire of the setting sun extinguished and how it was replaced by a dull blue. Gentle, hazy fog started to cover the scenery, and everything that was peaceful and blessed before I entered the ruin was replaced by a sense of trepidation. Creeping, cold, wasting. My hand moved along the surface of the strange box that was slightly taller than me. The wood was decayed and gray, and an odd smell came from it like iron. It was sweet and tempting, but at the same time repellent. "Leave," flashed through my head. "Leave before you inflame it." I was unable to determine if it was I who thought these thoughts. But of course I did not leave. Slowly my hand moved toward the gap at the side of the box that allowed me to open its lid. As the hinge opened with a reluctant morning sound, I remember the word that had slipped my mind. This time it did not vanish. It preserved in all its dreadfulness. The wooden construction in the middle of this abandoned ruin was no box. It was a coffin. Even today I could hardly find the right words for the terror that stared at me from the decomposing inside of the coffin. Without any doubt, the creature before my very eyes was myself. There it was, the brown hair thinning even at the age of 28. There it was, the well-trimmed, dense beard that grew down to my chest, the beard that I grew to hide my unremarkable, longish face. And there it was, the crooked nose, giving my face a vulture-like appearance, making me avoid my own reflection in the mirror. But the body in the coffin was dead, clenched like in the moment of dying. Penned in like cattle, his head was pressed down to his shoulders by the small dimensions of the coffin, his unnatural posture a silent accusation. His body was pinched, his arms pressed to himself in a twisted manner. Much more gruesome, though, was the face. The skin was pale and had a greenish-gray color like decayed tombstones. There were many deep fissures that were not bleeding but displaying bare flesh and white bones. The beard was curly and wild, and maggots moved around in the tangled mesh, oozing a festering, doughy liquid that was dripping down to the stone floor. The man's cheeks were hollow, and his lacerated lips were opened in a twisted way that gave the impression of a tormented smile. His teeth were rotten and his tongue gray. But none of this was the reason for the blood-curdling, panic-fueled cry that escaped my throat. It was the eyes. Or rather, it was the place where the eyes used to be on a healthy, living person. But there were no eyes. Weak and pale like shrouds, the lids, devoid of any sense, hung over gaping black sockets. Contradicting any logic, they seemed to stare at me, whispering, rotting, and dead. The same festering liquid that came from the man's beard trickled down the brows and disappeared in the empty eye sockets. No words can describe the terror that filled me when I looked at that deformed creature. In panic, I hit the withered copy of myself, but I only loosened the body so it fell right toward me. I felt how the repellent, festering corpse water from the beard touched my lips, while a handful of maggots landed on my shoulder. For a short moment I was petrified. I held myself in my arms like a twin his own deceased brother. But this was no twin. When the maggots tried to move up my neck, I pushed the corpse away with a shrill cry, wiped away the maggots, and fled out of the ruin. Meanwhile it was night, and the full moon stood cold, white, and unmoving at the sky. The veil of mist that formed inside the ruin faded as soon as I came outside and let myself fall to the ground, crying and breathing heavily. I am dead, flashed through my mind again and again. Dead! I uttered a panicky scream, a pitiful effort to banish the madness from my mind. The terror remained. It was omnipresent, and I felt bitter tears making their way through my eyes. What by the righteous path does it mean? What kind of nightmare am I trapped in? Some might ask why I denied on the vision with the well-known physical stimulus by pinching myself, even more so because I was fully aware of the unreality of what was happening. The answer is I was unable to do it, and I knew it. What I went through was not one of the usual nightly phantasms that occasionally haunt us in the quiet hours. Something that I later began to understand at least a little wanted to show me something, and I was unable to escape the truth as little as man can escape the sands of time. As I turned my gaze from the floor and started to crouch toward the stone arch in the forest, weeping helplessly, I saw her again, the veiled woman. She stood above me and stared down at me, almost with sympathy. At least I assumed so, because despite the angle of my view, I was unable to recognize anything above her cheeks but the unnatural shadow of her hood. "What are you?" I brought forth in a weak voice. "What by the Black Guardian's name are you? A demon? An angel of death?" It sounded pathetic, like the lament of a desperate child. "You ask me what I am," she answered again, an echo of my pitiful words. "And you assume I am a black angel of your God come upon you to punish you. But," a touch of maternal tenderness accompanied her rough voice, "you asked the wrong question, Jael. For who I am is not of importance." For a moment I stared at her in confusion, unable to react to her enigmatic answer. I remained at the floor for a while, motionless, breathing frantically and panicky, looking at the veiled woman. After what felt like an eternity, I asked the question that needed to be asked. And what is the right question? For a brief moment I saw what seemed to be a sad smile caress her red lips. "You inquire from me what only you can answer," she said, and began to walk towards the stone arch. "And I want to give you an advice." She halted, looking like an unreal shape in the silver of the night. "An advice on how you can avoid the death of your soul." There was a moment of silence. "End your false life, and follow the fire." Then the vision broke apart. Well, damn. How about that? Found a volume of the so-called Butcher of Ark in my travels. It seems to be the autobiography of the serial killer J.L. Tannerson. I should keep my eyes open for the other volumes. Thank you for the follow, Akiros. Welcome to the Arvanauts. Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah, that's cool. And advice. Follow the fire. Okay. You don't have anything to say, right? What's up, Jesper?
Now, if it isn't my new pal, how about a sip of wine?
Not sure it's a good idea with this fever. Thanks anyway, though.
Right, the fever. Almost forgot about that. So, are you ready for our little journey? It seems that Riverville's Myrid's injured, so we'll have to go by foot.
What's a Myrid?
Oh, right. You wouldn't know that since you're Naramese. Myrids are giant flying creatures. Quite nasty when wild, quite useful when tame.
Oh, I'd like to ride in a Myrid.
You find Myrid towers all over Enderal. And for a small fee, the keepers in their Myrids can take you from point A to B in no time.
It's like the Griffins in WoW.
But, as I said, Riverville's Myrid's injured, so we'll have to walk.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go. The sooner I get rid of this fever, the better.
Splendid. Let's wait until nightfall, though. That way it's less likely we'll run into an ambush in the pass. One more thing. You seemed quite fond of your new magical talents. In battle, I mean. I take it you're more of an arcanist type, then. Am I right?
There you go. Thank you for the follow, Mitzelplick. Welcome to the Arvanauts. I guess so, yes.
I knew it. I'm asking because I was in the market just now stocking up on provisions, and I got myself some new reading material. Here, I think you might find this useful.
Ooh, what do you give me? In Enderal, elementarism, mentalism, psionics, and light magic. And entropy. Oh, nice. Except the only problem with that is that elementarism isn't going to help me anymore because I already used it. In Enderal, your combat-orientated skills only raised through using learning books. That's an interesting sentence. These can be found or bought from merchants and consume 1 learning point when used. Especially further into the game, you'll need high skill values. You should always save a part of your income for learning books, and by some, they mean all. Workmanship guides work the same way, though they only raise your non-combat orientated skills. They consume crafting points instead of learning points and are considerably cheaper. What are these books?
The Arizalian in My Bed, Sensual Confessions of a Vagabond Lady, Volumes 1 and 2. You know, for the lonely nights. Jokes aside, these are learning books, from arcanists or master fencers, depending on what you read. You know how to fight, but if you want to get better, you have to enjoy reading these once in a while.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Then off we go, I'd say. You go on ahead.
Pretty good
Just
facial
take the route
animations.
leading north out of Riverville. It'll lead us straight to the mountain pass.
Another character accompanies you now. As long as you follow the preset path, Jesper will follow you. If you leave the path, you do not need to go back to Jesper, but look out for the notification Jesper follows you again. After some moments, he'll be back by your side. If not, he will once you arrive in the foreign quarters of Ark.
What kind of armor is that?
Alrighty. Excuse me, get out of my way. Alright, so let's read these. Already developed the skill too well, right, exactly. But not that one. That's good. That's good. Okay. Need to sell elementarism.
Is it important?
Malphas's blessings.
Another exhausted soul. Oh, a bit of this and that. The roast rabbit is really good. Take a look.
Let me sell you that. I'm glad you can sell anything to anybody. That's good. What is that emote, Dunsel? I don't think I've seen that one before. What is that?
Safe travels.
Okay.
Men, that's just how they are.
Oh, is it Hyper RPG? That makes sense.
Huh? Wait. I think...
Okay. So, here we go. Jesper follows you again. Alright, so we're accompanying Jesper to Ark. Where is Ark? Ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. I bet I could actually deal with those guys now. Over there. The hell is Ark? Oh, there. That way. Alright. It's the green flame emote related to the C-Team acquisition. Ah, yes, I've watched some of that. I'm enjoying the C-Team acquisition. Largely because I really, I like Chris Straub a lot. I mean, it's fun to watch Jerry Holkins as a DM. I'm a big fan of the Penny Arcade Acquisitions Incorporated D&D sessions as well. But mostly beyond that, also because I like, I really like Chris Straub. The Dark Sun podcast I thought were really great. So, it's good stuff. All right, let's do it. Who are you? Oh, you're a guard. Okay. See ya. This way to Ark. Do I play board games? Of course. I do. In fact, you know what, Brockus? You will find this interesting. There is going to be, because we hit the $600 level in the Patreon, we are going to be having a talisman tournament. We're going to be having a talisman tournament with semi-final rounds and with like stuff like that. So I'm going to be announcing people that I want to participate in that. I'm going to be like basically soliciting participation in that very soon. So indeed. I mean, board get shatter. Yeah, you stop. They're very funny. Indeed. Wow, this bear though, still here, huh? How are we doing on travel? We're getting there.
Eager to explore, aren't you? Take your time, I'll wait. I can
No,
use a
no,
break
no.
anyway.
Yep. It's going to be a talisman tournament. And in fact, what was I going to say? Just by quick, just let me know in chat, guys. I'm just curious how the people that are here. I'm obviously going to make a lot of announcements about this and everything, but how are we doing here? I think we're getting there. How many people are interested potentially in being a part of this? Because you will be able to be a part of this talisman experience now that we've hit that $600 level. I'm going to be scheduling this probably starting for this month. And as I said, I'm doing my schedule tomorrow, so maybe. Brockus is a yes. I knew that would be a yes. Depends on the schedule. Yeah, of course.
Hey, not bad.
Whoa. Freaking just pwned that guy. Dude. He just freaking front kicked and then took that thing down. Damn, man. Brutal technique. Elias can play Talisman. Dragon Spear can. I'm in for the money and glory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about. See, I knew I wanted to have at least 16. And we've got already. There we go. And we've got 17 already. Or, I mean, we've got I wanted to have 16 and we've got 6 already, so. I've already been to Clearwater Caves, so screw that. Nice stuff. You need access to a computer, but you can play, I believe it's cross-platform. First of all, if you can play on Steam, that's probably the best option because they have a version that you can play on Steam, and then you can play online. So you can play from any hotel. Anywhere that you've got an internet connection and a computer, you can play it, basically. So, yeah. Oh, well, the plan, what I'm planning right now is if we get 16 people, I want to do 4 games of 4 people each, and the top 2 from each game advance. Oh, no, sorry. Well, actually, no. You know what, Div? In that case, it would be the top 1, because the first player from each person, each round, would advance to the final round. So 4 players in each one person advances from each, and the top 4 basically play in the final round. But if we get more than 16, then we can obviously, work around that and do other things. So... No, it's not Tabletop Simulator. This is actually Talisman, the video game, which is its own thing. It's made by Nomad Games. So, it's its own deal.
Like the bite of a flea.
Way too easy.
Yep, it was. See, these guys are just there. It's like way too easy. Like, why are you getting into a fight with me? I'm better than you. Like, really, I'm better than you. Like, simple as that. Since the winner take all. Oh, I see. Possibly. I guess one of the interesting things then is that you would sort of be looking at it as kind of like a... Okay, that's good. You'd be looking as sort of like I'm doing this... I don't have to be the top guy as long as I'm one of the top 2. That's all that really matters. So I understand the theory. It's just the other problem is, Div, that even as it is, that's 4 rounds is going to use up a lot of the empty sessions I have. So I want to be careful not to have, like... I mean, as it is, April's going to be really busy with stuff, so adding more stuff on top of it is going to be difficult. So I'm just trying to think. I'm going to have to balance it out somehow. But I may well do that. I haven't thought it all through yet. There's one... I don't actually remember what version... Like, I think it's just called... I can't remember, to be honest with you. There's... Nope. I can't remember. There's a version of it that is just called, like, there's a digital... Like, there's Talisman Prologue, which I think is free. And then there's a Talisman Digital Edition, which is the one that I have. Roasted beef. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Can you... Thanks. This is all cool stuff. It's too heavy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Excuse you. Okay. Did not want to get stuck there. Hey, what's up, Diagoras? Welcome, welcome. Not the most exciting highway person lair I've ever encountered, but... Okay, whoops. That's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Alright. Okay. On we go to Ark. The land of Ark. I wonder if we're ever going to have like a Lydia, I'm sworn to carry your burdens type of deal. This is kind of cool. Like I like this landscaping here. It's pretty neat. Oh, we got us some winter conditions here, people. Scout Tower.
Quite the sight, isn't it? It's moments like these that make life so damn worth living. This place was once a trading post, in case you're wondering, but it's been deserted ever since the isolation.
Hey, Tren. The isolation?
Yeah, that's what we call the decree that was made 30 years ago here in Enderal. Simply put, the Order decided to reduce their trade with other countries of the civilized world to a minimum. Not a very economical choice to make, but that was roughly the time when the Lightborn Eradan left Nerim. The Order was probably afraid something similar could happen in Enderal. You know, open harbors quicken the exchange of information, which in turn quickens rebellious thinking, and so on. Since the decree, trading in Enderal has been subject to very strict regulations, and only the wealthy can still afford things like Termatralian wine or Chilean spices. Anyway, since then, a lot of once flourishing trading posts have closed down, such as the Three Rivers Watch down at the Sun Coast, or this one.
Interesting.
Yeah. If you want to take a look for yourself, feel free. If not, let's push on. We still have a good march ahead of us.
This is where we need a Fuss Roda. Fuss Roda! Right off the mountain. Nice. Look better during the day, but it feels like this has got to be prime green apple territory. Ooh. It'd been a long time since I had sat with my magic armor on staring at Jesper. He was a good chap in his way, but I, Sam Elliott, knew that I had to take my time before I went on my journey. Anywho. Excuse me. Minor cabin discovered.
Huh?
Is there anything in this minor cabin? Whoa! Okay. Sure was something in this minor cabin. Young moss crawler. How much you want to bet we're going to get down there? It's not going to be so young down below. Journal of the Trading Post at the Mountain Pass, led by Laren Maines, commander of the Holy Order. 20th day of departure, 8,201 after starfall. Got the Steam version, cool. By decree of Truchessa Dalverum, all trading posts of the country will be enforced by a further guardian of the order during the absence of the Grand Master. It is forbidden for merchants of non-Enderalian descent to travel in groups across the country. Henceforth, they are obligated to travel the paths between ports and trading posts separately and straightforwardly, in company of a guardian of the order. Before receiving their goods at the trading post, the contents of all containers will be checked. Traveling alchemists of the order are authorized to take samples of natural produce any time, as well as analysts and arcanists of the order are authorized to examine any document for subversive or magic content. 5th day of the Hunger Days, 8202 after starfall. As from now, at the Truchessa's behest, any trading activity with other continents is limited to minimum and moreover to the port districts of Ark and Duneville. The trading post at the Mountain Pass, like all other trading posts in the Midland, has to be liquidates, within 1 moon. Stored goods of domestic merchants will be handed over to them. The property of goods left uncommissioned by non-Enderalian merchants passes to the Holy Order, if not claimed within this time, and the goods will be brought to the depots of Ark, provided that they are of reasonable value. All other goods in the furnishings have to be left behind at the trading posts, and the entrances have to be sealed. 8th day of the Golden Moon, 8205 after starfall. Commander Maines visited the trading post in company of 3 guardians of the order and 2 prospectors. I think prospectors is what you're looking for there, to investigate deposits of raw materials. The post was found broke open and looted. 2 pathless ones who set up camp in the building were resettled to Ark Undercity. From the cellar rooms, the prospectors were able to trace iron deposits under the mountain. 17th day of the first harvest, 8205 after starfall. Under surveillance of Commander Maines, the former trading post will be converted for the extraction of iron ore using labor from the Undercity, and from now on will be listed as Rock Mist Mine. One part of the extracted ore will be transshipped to Riverdale, 3 parts to Riverville, 3 parts to Ark. Second day of groundbreaking, 8224 after starfall. It's a while later. After the main tunnel collapse, the rock mist mine will be abandoned. Only the most valuable or most needed items will be taken from the mine. Surviving miners will be relocated to the Tar Pitch Cavern at Ark. Commander Maines will be honorably retired, provided that the apothecary of the Order will be able to heal his injuries. Interesting. Okay. Indeed. Yes, indeed. Magic symbol. 6 out of 100. Oh, okay. That's what's left of the mine. Alright, well. Can you... Thanks. Alright, well, that's pretty uneventful. We got some good lore, though. Scroll of Adusi's Key. I don't know what that is. Alright, good. Alright, on we go.
There you are. Let's push on.
Thanks, boss. Thanks, Broseph. Look at this.
Huh?
Really cool setting. Look at that. That's cool. Look at that. That's awesome. I like the details. Yeah, I don't know if it's cross-platform, Jedi. I don't know if you're able to play cross-platform. I will say, by the way, that the winner of the Talisman Tournament will get not only a prize pack, which is going to be pretty awesome, but will also get a full copy of not just Talisman, but all of the DLCs. So you have to get Talisman to play, but then after that, all the DLCs and all that stuff that exists to date will be the winner of the Talisman Tournaments as well. For at the moment. Now, I don't keep doing that, you know, for future releases of the game, but up to the present, basically. Nice work, guys. And I'm hungry like the wolf. What do we hear? I used to be an adventurer, but then I took an arrow to the... Wah, wah. Okay, no problem, Brockus. Yeah, sure, man. Sure, the Talisman thing is the tournament I have to schedule tomorrow, honestly. So it'll be sometime probably starting next month. I mean, rather later this month, I mean. But I don't know when yet. But yes, I will try to remember. And if not, just drop me a text and to remind me. But that should be fine. So, no problem, man. And thanks for stopping by, dude. Does he have an arrow in his knee, too? This guy. That's pretty funny. Plenty of time to practice, exactly. See you, man. Thanks for stopping by, dude. And best to your significant other as well, whose name I won't mention on stream, but best to your significant other, too. Hope everything is good with you guys. Look at this. Super cool. Look at that. Is this like... Wow, it's like ice encrusted and stuff. You would not want to fight there. Are you a bad guy? Hi.
Hey, you there. Yes, you. Come over here. Now, I need your help. It's urgent. My brother, Olvar, he's up there in that fire. But it's his turn to take watch, and I'm bloody freezing out here. Tell him to come here right now, else I will go back to Ark without him.
Why can't you tell him? What? Oh man, this is gonna go well. What's up, Broseph?
What do you want? Get lost. There's nothing for you to see here.
Your brother sent me. He said he's freezing and that it's your turn to take watch.
Oh, does he now? Then listen up, pal. Since we've come here, that fat bastard has done nothing other than get plastered.
Fat bastard.
Tell him that until he's sober, I won't move a finger width from this fire.
This is gonna be great. Convince Bunvar that he shouldn't drink so much. I love how they're like literally 3 seconds apart. Olvar said you're an idiot who does nothing else but get plastered. Actually, fat bastard who does nothing else but get plastered. Until you sober up, he won't come.
What? I'm drunk? Because this idiot made me wait out here for hours? If it weren't for him, we would be on our way back to Ark already. Tell him to move his fat ass over here right now.
Convince. Tell Bunvar that Bunvar said he's cocky. Bunvar told me to tell you to move your fat arse.
Oh, did he now? Well then, you tell him that what he wants interests me as much as the color of his fucking balls.
Sigh. I like how Jesper's just going along. He's like, hey, how you doing here? I'm like, Olvar said what you want interests him as much as the, quote, color of your fucking balls, end quote.
What? Alright, that's it. Go and kick that bloody moron's ass. Give him a knuckle sandwich. Smack him in the gob. Spank the living shit. Ah, you know what I mean.
What? I think you can do that yourself. Bye.
Too much of a coward for that, are you? Fine. Oh, just wait. You sodding son of a tur. I will show you who's boss.
Now I'm gonna have to kill him.
Blazes, what idiots. Welcome to the Enderalian people, my friend.
What? What do you... What do you do? What do you do? Oh, you're going up here? So sad. That's it? Everything good? Are you... Hey, what's up, Lovelust? How you doing, Lovelust? Lovelust is a fellow GOG streamer, and a very good one. Look at... The expression on Jesper's face is priceless. Look at that. He's like... He is the living incarnation of OP. That is freaking hilarious. Oh my god. That is absolutely hilarious. He's like, what do you think about that? Get out of the... Get out. Look, you smug son of a... Get out of my way! Jeez. Alright, I'm going to use this, so hope you don't mind. I couldn't get anything out of it anyway. Making brother fight brother. I wasn't going to get in the middle of that civil war. I'm like, you guys do that. I'm not going to go beat him up for you. You kidding me? Meantime, of course, all my spells went down because I was dealing with that nonsense. What's up, Parker? Some people call it a banana blade. I call it a sling blade. It's really cool, though, this place, this wood. See you, young mountain deer stalker. Ooh.
Hey, not bad.
Doesn't even look remotely ominous. Wait. Am I still going the right way? I think I am. Oh. Oh man. Were they fighting each other? It looked like they were fighting each other there. That was really odd. It looked like they were fighting each other. Ooh, alchemy. Yeah. I love these little places. Oh man. I love these type of places in Skyrim, the original Skyrim also. Well, that's what it's about, Lovelust, you know. It's all about whistling while you work. Okay. Let's save it. Let's get that alchemy going. Okay, so let's see. Let's go with restore mana. Craft. Okay, let's go with restore health. Okay, let's go with restore stamina. Ah, damage mana regeneration. Gathered some information I didn't know before. Shock resistance. Shock through the potion, and you're to blame. You give butterfly wings a bad name. You play my part, and I play your game. You give holly berries a bad name. Garlic and troll fat, people. I don't know if you realize, but garlic and troll fat. That is how. That's the stuff. If you want to resist poison, just get you some troll fat, and there's plenty of it around Twitch. And then you get some garlic, and you'll be good to go. Make them feel at home, exactly. Vin, a geographical overview. Forward, this composition is an approximation. One would be impudent to claim that he knows Vin in all its magnitude. There are too many white spots on the maps, too many sunken exploration vessels, too many island rising and sinking back with each island rising and sinking back with each century from the sea. Ergo, this is a compendium all that different geographer, philosopher, and clerics of the civilized worlds have come to an agreement about. The civilized and the godless world. Those continents under the rule of the Lightborn, are referred to as the civilized world. This includes Kira, Araziel, Nerim, Enderal, the Belt of Kile, and of course Inadin, the domicile of the gods. In each of the first 5 named continents rules a Lightborn, whose worship defines the culture of each country. The known lands of the godless world, however, are the Skyrim Islands, Melee, since Zorath's revolt Mireth Aranath, and since the Battle of Termatral, also Arktwend. While in the lands of the Lightborn are dominated by peace and stability, the godless worlds are defined by anarchy, chaos, and idol cults. The Elapsed and the Red Sea. The Elapsed Sea surrounds the continents of Myr, Aranath, and Arktwend, the Skyrim Islands, and the Belt of Kile. The southwest is tropical, but the rest of the sea is harsh and gray, which can be linked back to the magic contamination of Zora's war. The Red Sea surrounds the continents of Nerim, Kira, Araziel, and Enderal. Lands of the civilized world. Although the values, life forms, and philosophy are different, the lands of the civilized world are united by the rule of the gods. All citizens of the civilized world speak Inal and are therefore able to communicate. However, the dialects and idioms differ from land to land. Enderal, our home, lies northeast of Nerim in the Red Sea. It's estimated to be bigger than the Belt of Kile and Araziel, but smaller than Nerim or Kira. The land of Enderal is diverse. There are heathlands, fir forests, mixed forests, fertile coastlines, but also crystallic forests and an extensive desert. The capital of Enderal is Ark, which we are on our way to right now, by the way, which is in the southeast of the land. I think you mean built, at the hillside of the King's Rock. Enderal is the headquarters of the Holy Order and the Dominion of the Lightborn, Malphas. The Belt of Kile is an island chain of 77 tropical islands in total and is located west of the Skyrim Islands in the clean part of the Elapsed Sea. The islands of Kile are reckoned as dangerous because of the exotic fauna, yet at the same time they are rich in natural resources and spices. The capital of the belt is Unil Yar and is located on the biggest island, the so-called Blue Island. The Kileans pray to the goddess Morala. Araziel. Araziel lies south of Kyra and is mainly composed of velds and rocky desert. It is debated whether Araziel can be counted as a part of the civilized world, which can be traced back to the conflict between the wild tribes in the west and south and the civilized people in the coast towns. For those interested, the author recommends his work, The War for Araziel. The civilized Arazielan worship the light-born Elandra. Kira. Kira is, together with Nerim, the biggest continent of Vin. It lies directly east of Nerim. 3/4 of the landmass are covered by an infertile desert, in whose center lies the enormous monolithic formation known as Asatoran Spears. The capital of the land is at the southeastern coast and is called Al-Rashim. Al-Rashim is deemed to be the biggest city built by human hands so far. The Karanian worship the light-born Saldrin. Nerim is located in the center of Vin and is, together with Kira, one of the 2 biggest continents. It's separated into 3 regions: the subtropical South Realm, which is ruled by an idol cult, the Temple of the Creator, and therefore part of the godless world, the mountainous Slowy North Realm, and the moderate Middle Realm. The light-born Eredin was worshipped in the North and Middle Realm until his departure of this world. The North Realm divided itself 8225 at Saint, through a malicious rebellion from the Middle Realm. Since then, the 2 realms waged war against each other while the South Realm completely secluded itself. The Middle Realm is under the rule of Chancellor Baratheon since 802 A Street. I think it is Dragon, yes. It's a Sure AI team, which I think is the Nerim team. Lands of the Godless World, the Skyrim Islands. The Skyrim Islands are a connection of 4 big and several smaller islands near the Elapsed Sea. Because of the magical contamination, the Skyrim Islands have scarce vegetation, rocky and inhospitable. The islands are ruled by 3 feral tribes which are in a constant war with each other. The matriarchy at the top of the tribe are the Bone Readers, witches which claim to be in contact with the dead through wild magic. Myr Aranath. Myr Aranath is the homeland of the Eterna and is located northwest of Arktwend in the center of the Elapsed Sea. Even before its devastation through Zora's war, Myr Aranath was an inhospitable area, mostly consisting of mangrove forests, swamps, and bogland. Since the magic contamination of the air is thick and only hardly breathable, and the smell of entropical magic is all around. Myr Aranath was never in the dominion of a Lightborn, and since the war in 4523, a saint, most Eterna I think it's after Starborn is what that means. Most Eterna left the land. Today it is mainly inhabited by Arp and the Children of the Swamp, a primitive and brutal tribe, which is only a shadow of the advanced civilization which used to be Myr Aranath. Arktwend Termartrol. Arktwend, originally Termartrol, Istanbul, Constantinople, is an enormous continent west of Nerim. Once an enigmatic realm under the rule of the Lightborn Tyr, it has since the most recent war in 8202 after Starfall, abandoned and is mainly inhabited by outlaws and grave robbers living in the ruins and on the quest for fortune. Okay. This is a sequel to Narum? Okay. Yeah, I never played Narum, so I don't know a lot about that. I don't need 2 of those books. What else? Gotta sell some of this stuff. I only have magical stuff, but I gotta sell that. For sure. I keep forgetting to put on that badge of the apothecary. Need to remember to do that. Do not need 2 chisels. I don't need that many ores. There we go. There we go.
Huh?
Aha! Search leak. Whenever you want a leak, gotta search the leak. Parts. Summon ancestors. What is that? Excuse you. Summon ancestors. Oh, it's not entirely in English? Did they did translate all of Narum eventually over, right? Didn't they translate that? Eventually, I believe. Where's my spell tome at? Here it is. Summons an ancestral spirit at level 7 to fight for you for 120 seconds. Really? Okay. Just the dialogue and menus. Most of the books aren't touched and the voices are still German. Well, I did take a leak on stream. It's true. I've done it before, too. I want to see this ancestor for myself. Cabbage. Horseshoe. Count of an unknown traveler. It is the year 4023 after Starfall. Today, on the 5th day of Fundament, our group of scouts set sail from the coast of Enderal. We are the elite, the ones who, in the spirit of the old vassals, ', advance our nation with new discoveries. Out we sail into the unknown in what is both our greatest adventure and the greatest challenge we ever had to face. I will end this first short paragraph with a quote from the works of the famous pioneer of discoveries, Rufus Emmerbrandt, in service to the noble Dalmeric that is a favorite of mine. We are only as great as the memories we leave behind. This shall be this expedition's maxim. It will encourage us, drive us to greatness, and with Malthus' blessings, guide us out there on the far oceans. The first harvest, 7th, year 4023, after Starfall. The sea is rough. Several meters high waves are sloshing over the bow, completely covering the wooden planks. The freezing water gnaws at the sailors' bones and penetrates our clothes with ease. We have been on the open sea for 3 months now, and this has been the worst day by far. We are 5 scouts, led, by Sarek Dalmunir into this previously unexplored region. Isles in the bygone sea without name or outline on a map. Not even their existence has been proven. There only were accounts of savages raiding fishing villages and then disappearing on the sea. We left for glory and honor. If we should make a discovery and reach our homeland again, we can look forward to rich rewards. If not, well, then there will be a few more sailors lost without trace in this world. Who, except us, of course, would care for that at the end of the day? The captain is hiding in his cabin, while in this storm the ship is worse off every minute. The sailors begin to tire, but neither land nor aid is in sight. Prayers are all that remains to us. Maybe we will never reach our destination. Maybe we will. We cannot influence the powers of nature. This evening we spent with the sailors, sharing stories of home and drinking until the storm's noise began to sound soothing. And we talked of our companions, though most sea dogs could only speak of purchasable relationships in harbor taverns. Our thoughts are more with our warm beds and our companions who are hopefully waiting for our return in there. One of the sailors showed me the extraordinary amount of weapons they kept on the ship. The crew is to protect us. It felt good to know battle-hardened men on our side, considering we don't know how much there is to the fishermen's stories of a wild barbarian people at our destination. We are aware that with the impending dangers, our chances of survival are not high. The first harvest, 10th, year 4023 after starfall. The mood of the men on board is abysmal. These waters are cursed. Even the air seems too heavy to breathe, as if poisoned. 4023, okay. Like oil, the pestilence of magic remains of the Great Wars is sedimented on the water surface in a thick. It is almost tangible. We survived the storm. It finally stopped this morning, granting us some measure of peace. Though cold wind remains, we have overcome the worst now. After sunrise, the captain called us back on deck when stony shapes were appearing on the horizon. At the horizon. We are close to our expedition's goal. Without a shred of doubt, we have discovered the foreign islands. They are surrounded by rugged, sharp-edged cliffs jutting out of the water inhospitably. Many small rocks before the first island were shooting out of the sea like spears. Scarag is the fisherman's name for the isles. In their language, it is the word for bones. It took a whole day to find a suitable place to lay anchor with a flat shore. As far as we know, the archipelago consists of 3 or 4 larger and a myriad of small isles. However, we will only be certain of this after exploring the isles. As for the vegetation, it consists mostly of meager lichens and withered bushes. Trees are nowhere to be seen, and these lands seem dusty, stony, and uninviting. After we explored the immediate surroundings and collected combustible materials, we built a preliminary camp for the night. I don't feel well. Ever since our arrival, I have been suspecting that someone is watching us. But as of yet, we have not seen anyone. No human, no animal, except for a certain species of large, crawling insects living on the ground. Tomorrow, Sarek said, we would explore the hinterlands. I dread what we might find. The first harvest, 11th, year 4023 after starfall. Devon and Trevor stood vigil and reported to not have noticed anything. We filled our travel bags with provisions, and together with the armed sailors, we will advance on the mountain in the middle of the island. Sarek wants to scout the landscape from there and hopes for an opportunity to create a first sketch for a map of the islands. We are currently resting, and I've had time to document my observations. The march before our first rest was long. With its cliffs and crags, the land often makes advancing difficult. Where the ground isn't stony, it's sandy. When we stopped to rest for the first time, all of us had to empty our boots, and dozens of pebbles fell out. There is still no sign of human life on this island. It's possible that the fishers have erred in determining the direction from where the attackers came, but the accounts were too high in number for us to believe that. The sailors are always on alert. Just one, Vard, doesn't take the expedition seriously. He lets no opportunity go by without saying that he'd rather be in a bustling harbor right now with 1 or even 2 women on his lap and a bottle of booze at his lips. He constantly makes inappropriate jokes about his men or us. If one of us should have to die in some unlikely way, I'd like it to be him so his talk sticks in his throat. For all his nagging, he got one thing right. There were little to no hideouts that would allow a surprise attack on us. If someone wishes to sneak up on us, he would have to come out of the earth itself. I, for my part, have not stopped fearing that all of our steps are watched. I am staying alert and prepared for the worst. Sarek's drive and thirst for actions is a true blessing for us. His euphoria enraptures the whole group. Without him, we would have never gotten to where we are now. I hope... The writing becomes scrawly and ends abruptly. The first harvest, 13th, year 4023 after starfall. Drums in the deep. No. They have taken us. The savages have taken us. It happened suddenly while we were resting. Vard did his business apart from us others. The first scream came out of his direction. Several sparsely clothed warriors of both sexes, armed with spears, had topped him. The other sailors rushed forward to help him and slaughtered the attackers. Before we knew where we are, a dozen of additional warriors rose from the ground and fell on our back. Painted in gray like the stones and the sand, they had endured on the ground, likely waiting for prey. We walked right into their trap. Those sailors who had killed their brothers and sisters had their throats cut immediately and were then scalped. Us others were taken prisoner and brought into their village. Bones, they're everywhere in here. The huts are built out of them, the humans wear them on their bodies. They lie on the ground like common pebbles. The savages were jumping around us like madmen, dancing and hooting. We were presented to a woman who probably is their leader. Most of the time, she sits on a throne of bones that is located on a square with a large fireplace. Seems like a good time. This woman looks horrible. Her hair is red and unkempt. Her eyes glow like fire, but her skin is nearly snow white. I have never seen such a human, a creature that can't be from this world. She commanded her underlings in a language with cracking sounds and few understandable syllables. Then us prisoners were brought into a hut and put under guard. Sometimes we receive murky water in a kind of paste that reminds me of porridge, but is actually much more slimy. After eating it, a few of my comrades had stomach cramps. Diary, quill, and inkpot have not been taken away from me. Neither did they shackle us, who did not attack or kill any of them. They just guard us and prevent us from speaking with each other. They are truly savages. Their eyes are sparkling more dangerous than the ones of a Karanian cat. Their hair is very untended. They often wear jewelry, hair circlets, and clasps out of bones. Large earrings are popular with both men and women. They wear cloth but very sparsely, mostly around the loins. The women walk around libertines, sometimes with revealed breasts. The faces of the savages are covered by paintings of different forms and colors. They are larger with some and smaller with others. They know no path, are pathless creatures. I was almost certain that they would kill us on the spot. At the moment they treat us better than common prisoners, but this might be misleading. They might intend to lull us into a false sense of security. I don't know what they want to do with those of us left, but I fear them. I don't have much time to write. They have watchful eyes. The first harvest, 19th year, 4023 after Starfall. During the day, the guards take us to the village square. I was able to observe the surroundings in more detail. When did this start? 13th? Okay. I was able to observe the surroundings in more detail. We were in a small, jagged vale surrounded by high rocks. I was not able to observe patterns in the villagers' daily routines. They seemed to give in to their lusts without control or morals. Man and women often get it on. Interesting language. And therefore we speak of the get it on, and then before the eyes of the assembled village. They do not seem to have a sense of shame. Upon closer examination, it strikes me that the scaregs, which is how I will call them, have slit-like eyes that are closer than usual. Their cheekbones are also more defined. You approve, Dragon? With regards to their leader, I can determine that women seem to have the exact same societal position as men, maybe even a higher one. At times, I even saw women hunt while the men cared for the village and did domestic work. We can hardly complain about bodily harm. My comrade Devon, has received a nasty cut from the fight. It's become inflamed, but I believe he will make it, if the savages won't decide to kill us before. First harvest, 22nd year, 4023 after Starfall. Today the Scaregs have taken one of the sailors with them, a man whose name I did not know. Only 2 men came for him. Both wore scary masks without eye slits. I assumed they were blind, but they acted as if they were still able to see. Had they not worn their masks, one would have found no difference between them and the villagers with eyesight. They brought him under large protest to a cave at the village's border. I don't want to imagine what happened to him in that gorge. I cannot help but think of dark, bloody rituals and try to suppress them. I wish nothing more, good grief, than to escape this nightmare, this rattling damnation. I have not heard the savages speak a single word in all. Therefore, they could not have had contact with the civilized world. We are the first humans to enter this land from the outside. This does lend a good amount of glory to our discovery, but I doubt that anyone will ever know that we are to credit for this achievement. The star summer night, 20th, year 4023 after Starfall. The year is coming to an end. Again and again, they arbitrarily select one of us and bring him into the sinister cave. Then only the 2 guards come out again. At the beginning of our imprisonment, we were 13, 4 of our group and the rest the remaining crew. By now, we are only 7. Sarek's turn had been yesterday, and he had to enter the cave. I don't know if they will slowly kill us there. At night, I'm haunted by dreams of what might happen in there. I see my comrades, I see them hang on ropes, I see their heads lying at the feet of a Scareg hangman. My only weapon against the fear threatening to overwhelm myself is my clear mind that has not yet surrendered to the exertions. If my sanity should leave me as well, then Malphus help me. Sometimes they speak to us in their language, but we can't answer. It always sounds like angry screaming. I nevertheless have the impression that they wish to tell us something, to communicate with us somehow. It is not senseless yelling. The departure, 2nd, year 4023 after Starfall. Only 5 of us remain. 2 others have been brought to the cave, but recently the pace of the abductions has been reduced. The Scaregs now make use of us as slaves. We work with them on fields beyond the village borders. They dig deep holes in the ground to get hold of a sort of bulb or root they use as food. The porridge-like paste we eat consists of those as well. It is our task to dig those holes together with them. Overseers with clubs are supervising us. When they notice that we attempt to flee or laze, they strike us. Today the village was in turmoil. 2 Scareg warriors returned and threw a tattooed scalp before the chieftain's feet. Then she began to chatter and scream enraged. The Scarabs rallied at the fireplace, painted and armed themselves, man and woman. With a large group they left. I suspect they want to attack something. Is there another people in this island hostile to our captors? I consider this very likely. See, but we'll never actually know. He's like, awesome. Yeah, Ice Claw. Oh, that sweet, sweet Ice Claw. Which increases my carrying capacity. Huzzah. I had like 10 or 15 of those at least. Okay. So I want to get all the way back down there, and then I want to summon Ancestor and see whether this is any better than what I already had. Really cool. Look at that. Gorgeous. Okay. Let's see. Magic. Let his favorite summon ancestors. That's not what I meant to do. At all.
Hey, not bad.
You're one of my ancestors? Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with the wolf. I can't summon both of you at the same time, can I? Woo! Good God. I know, right? With intent, seriously.
Eager to explore, aren't you? Take your time, I'll wait.
What?
I can use a break anyway.
Isn't this the path? I'm not trying to explore. I thought this was the path. Maybe not, though.
Now a good pipe.
Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, God. That wasn't... Shoot. There we go. Yes, 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 yes. And yes. Okay, so this is this not the path? It sure looks like the path to me. That's not the path, though? Alright, well.
Ah, there you are. Let's push on.
Maybe I just have to keep going down on that side. Bum ba dum ba dum bum. Yeah, ever looked at this stuff? Whoops. You have a lock there. Your sense of going the wrong way. It's probably uncanny. Well. Look at this. Alright, we got anything interesting? Scroll of Mage Light. This is really that interesting. Okay, I think this is where I came from. But... okay, this is the path. Alright. I found it. We're back on the path.
Huh?
What the... There we go. That's the thing I was looking for. I still think my wolf is better. Okay. On we go. Okay. Rock time, living in the city. Ba-ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Blueprints dangerous. Panic. Spell tome panic. Okay. Panic at the disco. Although I don't... See, I never used any of the sort of fear spells because I don't want the guys going farther away. They run away and then they come back later when I'm not ready for them. It's not what we want. Hello. Lodged quail. I think it's a quail. Hello, quail. Still on track? Yeah, still sort of on track. Kind of. Whoa.
Oh, I wish I knew how to do that.
Not the bees.
Huh?
Bees. Catch more bees. Alright. And then there were no bees. Then there were no bees anymore. Alright, here we go. We've got Riverville. Just came from Heartland. Heartland. Ark. Alright. Let's go get that, and then we'll keep going to Ark. Pheasant. Rabbit. Turnip ears.
Huh?
Okay. Let's open that chest. Yeah, have you, Avrisodas, have you played the whole thing? Have you played all of this? Whoa. Man, these guys just don't learn. I was wondering where he was. I was like, okay.
Huh?
Doing all right, Jesper? Good. What is this? Jesper will wait for me. Yeah, he will. I hear skeletons. Zap! You beat it twice, you're halfway through Narum. Hey, what's up, Terry? Alright. Let's eat some food, shall we? Hello, Terratunes. How you doing? Still too much, huh? Still carrying too much. I do not need that many torches. At all. Doing well. Doing very, very well.
Now a good pipe.
Okay. All right. Let's make sure I'm going the right way. I'm not. It's this way. Arc is this way.
Huh?
Okay. On we go. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of highwaymen in this game. Being a highwayman seems to be a very popular profession, even for women. Even women want to be highwaymen, apparently. Sort of what I've concluded. Beautiful environments, though. All very sort of organically logical. Yeah, what's up, goat? Aha! It's Ark, ladies and gentlemen. We made it. Or we've just about made it, anyway.
Hey, you there. Yes, you. Can you spare a moment for him? He would be very grateful.
You always speak to yourself in this way?
Hey, you there. Yes, you. Can you spare a moment for him? He would be very grateful.
Who would?
Well, he. Kermai Kazor Tatakajape.
Tatakajape. What do you need?
Your help. Tell him, my sir, do you have good eyes?
I think so.
Good. Very good. Let him cut to the chase. He is in dire need of eggs. Lots of eggs. And he wants you to help him.
You're a starling, aren't you?
A half-starling, yes. But unfortunately, he's not from Anku, if that's what you would have asked next. Which is something he really regrets. This world, it's so dirty, so loud.
Eggs.
But, well, what can you do? One is what one is.
Sounds like an unusual task.
It is, indeed. The eggs he is looking for are hard to come by. Do you see those brown hammerbirds circling over the heartland? In many other countries, such as Nerim or Kira, their hatchlings are brought up to be letterbirds. He wants to raise such letterbirds for a special purpose. So, what do you say? Will you help an old starling? The ancient fathers would thank you for it. He's sure of that.
What special purpose exactly?
Oh, that's hard to explain. He doubts you would understand. But it has to do with our lost home. The Star City.
Your lost home?
Yes, the place we starlings come from, and where we are destined to return to eventually. Don't you know the stories? There's a city far up in the sky, and all the worldly suffering doesn't exist there. But this is no place to talk about that. There are books which could explain our prophecies a lot better than he ever could.
Whatever these, let's see, hammerbird egg. I won't do that. Hammerbird eggs, understood. Where exactly can I find them?
Well, that is the part where your good eyes come into play. All you need to do is follow the movements of the birds flying above the sea here and in its vicinity. Eventually, they will return to their nests, and that's where you can find the eggs. Just come back once you've found a good handful or more. He will wait for your return.
Yeah, I'm not going to knock myself, the biggest egg hunt ever. I'm not going to knock myself out to do this quest. It says it's a 2-star quest. Okay, hammerbirds.
So, any luck?
You just got started literally 3 seconds ago. Hi.
My sir?
Any news?
What? You mean apart from frenzied animals, hordes of living dead lurking through the wilderness and this whole red madness thing? No, none. Just be careful when you're outside the walls.
Thanks. Wanted at the behest of the Holy Order. The brigand Croco stands accused of a multitude of vile crimes. Among them, plundering, multiple murder, robbery, and vile speech against Malphos the Lightborn and the Holy Order itself. Clues that result in his arrest will be generously recompensated. I think you want recompensed by the city guard. Egg hunt time is now on.
There it is.
Watch yourself. The streets are unsafe
Majestic,
this
isn't
time
it?
of the day.
Sup?
Monsieur?
Here we are in Ark. Okay.
Yes?
A penny, my sir. Please, just 1 penny.
10 pennies.
Thank you. That's really generous. May his light guide you.
Okay. You're a hunter, right? How's the situation in the wilderness?
Don't ask. The wolves act as if they've been cursed, attacking anything and anyone on sight, and killing game they don't even eat afterwards.
Sounds like a bad version of Snake.
Must be the red madness everyone's talking about.
Suddenly hoarse.
Blazes. Where's this supposed to lead?
I'm new in this area. You happen to have any tips for me?
Just be wary if you're outside city walls. I guess you've noticed as much already, but this country has seen better days.
Indeed it has.
Farewell.
What?
Monsieur?
It's my sir thing. Ark Westgate discovered.
Yes?
Father Torrento recites the Holy Path, verses 17 to 25, the revelation of the Lightborn. And Archer Popelbach.
Yes?
Ark, foreign quarter.
And here we are. Welcome to Ark. I've got some things to take care of here. So let's meet at the market once you're ready to meet Grandmaster Tealor Orenthiel and his mages in person, alright?
Let's see. Taylor Arenthiel, the former Grand Master of the Holy Order? I thought he was imprisoned in Narum.
By his own son, Nerazil, yeah. But roughly 2.5 years ago, he suddenly appeared back in Enderal, accompanied by a handful of mages who once fought against him in the Great War.
Sure, it's the same guy.
Weird, I know, but that's how it was.
There you go, Jedi. Let me get this straight. The Lightborn's most trusted servant returned to Enderal together with his former arch-enemies?
He did, yeah. It seems that something happened between him and them that made them sort out their issues, you could say. They're allies now, and frankly, nobody quite knows why. You can imagine what kind of uproar it caused among the Holy Order itself. But in the end, Arenthiel got things his way. You can say what you want about him, but he never lost his charisma, that's for sure.
So that means the Lightborn's most vicious enemies now work together with the Lightborn's most faithful servants. That's bizarre.
You're telling me. But apparently their alliance has something to do with this red madness. I guess we'll see what happens.
Could you tell me a little more about the city? Where can I find some new gear, for example?
Oh, sure, I should have thought of that. Pardon me. All right then. Ark is divided into 5 districts, not counting the harbor. The Foreign Quarter, where we are right now, the Marketplace, the Nobles' Quarters, the South Quarter, and the Temple. If you're looking to gear up, I guess the market would be the place to go. You can find anything there, from food to weapons, armor, and whatever else you need.
Okay, that's the place we're going to have to hit up
Magical
first.
Supplies and alchemy you need, however. You best try your luck in the Nobles' Quarters.
I take that back. Upper
But
District.
Prepare yourself for some dismissive looks. Up there's also the bathing house and the theater, in case you have the coin for that. Finally, there's the temple, which is hard to overlook. Normal citizens are not permitted to enter it. And from up there, the Holy Order reigns over this country.
All right, so we want Upper District for
But if
magic.
all goes according to plan, you'll soon see it from the inside. And then there's the Undercity.
Undercity? It doesn't sound too inviting.
Yeah, it doesn't, and it isn't. The Undercity's a cluster of caves directly beneath our feet. And down there is where the poor and the sick live, not to mention those that the Order doesn't like to see in their neat, pretty streets in the Upper City. Not a place I'd recommend you visit, at least not unless you're looking for mischievous things.
Okay, I think I'll find my way around.
Great. Then see you later, and enjoy your stay.
All right, level 9. Yeah. Give me that mana. 5 learning points, 3 crafting points, 1 memory point. Good stuff. All right, so meet Jesper at the marketplace. I will do that. But first, let's level up. And I'm going to get the stagger, I think, ability next. Even though I am excited about this, excuse me, this Nova Storm. I am excited about Nova Storm. But first of all, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Well, that is nice, but I don't care about that yet. Really, that Shock Nova thing is going to be awesome. But first, I want Elementalist Impact, because staggers your enemies if dual casted. And next up after that is going to be the Talent Shock Nova, which I'll probably do 1, 2, 3. I'll probably do that like 3 tiers worth because of the damage. And then we'll move up to do the Elementalist Unleashed Might. And then after that, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I mean, I guess... I don't really... I mean... Bone Judge. Yeah. Devour Soul. See, all this stuff is like... It's cool to get back Ghost Wolves and stuff, but I don't really think... Yeah. Doesn't really interest me that much. Yeah, so I think after that, I'm probably going to be looking at like some kind of like a fighting sort of situation. Let's see. That's rogue disciplines. Because sneaking might be useful. So we'll see. That. But I am maxing out my effectiveness from a shock point of view with the elementalism, which is good. Okay. Within Ark, you may also use the signpost to travel back and forth between the different districts. To do so, just walk in front of a signpost and interact with it. Okay. Well, I want to go to the upper district is what I want. True women fight for freedom, peace, and the righteous path. Women of Enderal join the city guard.
My sir, do you have a moment? I think the two of us could do business together.
What do you need? Alright, sounds good. Sleep well, Dunsel.
Well, it is actually...
Yeah, we've got about another half hour here, guys, before we wrap up on my end.
And walk by as the others did. I would like to show my gratitude for that first. You travel a lot, don't you? I can tell by the mud on your boots. Here, one of these books might come in handy on
cool
your
music.
journeys. Which one do you prefer?
Let's see, what are these books?
They are, crafting books. I suppose you can call them that. They contain some valuable knowledge about the arts such as smithing, alchemy, or even lockpicking. Not that I would ever imply you do such a thing except in an old ruin, but you get the picture.
Let's see. Apprentice Enchantment. I know not the word. He just called your boots dirty. Yeah, I know. Kill him. Guess I'll take one of those.
Say, would you happen to be interested in earning yourself some more coins? Or, even better, more books like those? There is something I need help with.
I might be. What's troubling you?
I have a problem, and this problem is called Celia, which happens to be my sister. Where should I start?
At the beginning.
You know, I am one of those people who wasn't given everything by fate. Quite the contrary, in fact. When I was a child, the village I grew up in, Foamville, was ambushed by bandits, and both my father and my mother died during the attack.
Let's skip the chatter now. My condolences.
Thank you, but it's ancient history now. Fact is, my sister and I dealt with this event differently. We managed to flee the attack and make it to Ark, where the guards, of course, threw us into the Undercity. But while I tried to honor my father's heritage by using the little I could from our savings by setting up a business, she preferred to wallow in her misery instead. She got to know the wrong people and has, since then, never done a single bit of honest work. Frankly, she's a dust addict. Day and night, she does nothing else but rot in those drinking holes in the Undercity.
What's up, Thorg?
And blows what little money she makes on her drage. Now, of course, she is still my sister. So all of these years, I paid her rent so she doesn't have to sleep on the streets. However, things have changed. Recently, she started using our father's heritage to pay for her addiction, and I will not accept that.
Hey, Thorg, make sure that you, if you haven't already done so, make sure that you get into the Discord server, sir. Especially the mod section. Let me see. What do you mean by she's a dust act? I'm an outlander.
Of course, you wouldn't know that. Glimmercap dust, the blue bliss, or however you want to call it. It's a drage, a dangerous one. Apparently, it makes you feel as if you're walking the eternal paths. But it also kills you quicker than the sunfire.
Okay, so she's on meth. Good. Let me get this straight. She blows your money to buy droge?
Well, technically it's our money. Basically, it was a share our father had in a small business here. He was so proud of it, you wouldn't believe it. Luckily enough, I managed to save that paper from the bandits and turned it in at the bank a few years ago, after I realized how valuable it was. Since then, it has turned into quite a formidable sum. Nothing huge, of course, but enough to save my business from bankruptcy.
It really did such a good job with the facial structures in this game, in this version.
Without me, she would probably have sold it for a bottle of ale, and I won't let her spit on our father's heritage that way.
Exactly. We're waiting for skooma. Can't you talk to the guard about this?
I certainly could, but the day a guard voluntarily goes into the Undercity is the day Avatia will become a barber.
I bet the Undercity is going to be fun.
Relata, and Celia knows that, which is why my hands are tied.
Yes, the link went out for Discord. I don't know where Kilobyte went. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. We sent an email to Patreon, Cairo, because it's already supposed to be integrated, so it should already have gone out. So I don't understand what the deal is. But we sent an email to them. But in the meantime, we did actually put out a link. And I don't know if someone has the link from before or not. If not, when Kilobyte comes back in, he'll be able to let you know. What's up, Iscariot? So that would be good. I see. Why don't you just talk to her?
Oh, believe me, I did. Which is why she simply hid the key to our safe in the bank somewhere that I couldn't find it. So, long story short, this is where you come in. I want you to get her to give me that
Thank
key.
you, No Name Namer.
How you do it is up to you.
Thank you very much.
But if you succeed, it won't be to your disadvantage.
We haven't added it to the bot yet, Div. We're going to. It's not added yet, but that's the link right there. Fair enough, I'll help you. Where can I find her?
Anywhere there's rats and dust. But she spends most of her time in the False Dog in the Undercity. One of those dumps I told you about. Just come back to me once you've found something.
The major stuff in the channel is going to take place in the Patreon section, Terry, but I believe anybody can log on as just like a regular, if I'm not mistaken. Let's do that, and bring the key of the Foxhands Vault to Milbert. Failed existence. Okay, meet Scylla in the Undercity so I can get the key for her. Okay. Can I trade with you?
What? Oh, yes, sure. What do you need?
Oh, yeah, he's got the books. He's got the books. Psh, he's got to get those books. Psh, he's got the books. Excuse me. Get those books. So, he's got the books. So. Excuse me. Okay. Here's all that. Okay. I do not need 2 blueprints. This is the OG Skyrim. That's the base of it, and then obviously the thing itself is Enderal. So I never had this special edition actually. This is my original Skyrim from back in the day. Should sell some of these scrolls at some point too. Yeah, in fact I'm gonna. Sell some of those. Don't need 2 of those. Okay. Prince the well-traveled one. Yeah, I see that set item. I guess I'm kind of saving those in the theory that at some point I'll be able to do something with that, but okay, rid of that. Okay, now I can buy stuff because I've exhausted him of his gold supply. Yeah, that's a good call, actually, Cairo. Kilobyte is coordinating it, and then, but I definitely am going to want some people to be able to help, like, sort it into something, you know? Like, I'm definitely going to be looking for that. So, yes, that's a good call, for sure. Okay, let's go with that. 2 of these. And I need a couple of apprentice books in entropy. All right. Okay. And then Let's see. Back to selling. And a dragon channel, of course. Yes. That's very important, naturally. Okay, we don't need 2 Staff of Flames. We really do not. Oh, shoot. I just sold... Damn it. Just sold that to him. That was not what I meant to do. A Raisin Haters channel? Well, I mean, the entire Discord server, it's a Raisin Hating server, you know. So, I don't think we need to specify. Oh, wait. No. But yes to that. There we go. Okay, how am I doing on these? So I've got 2 learning points left. I'm finally starting to run low on the healing point, on the learning points, but... And then we've got this going on. We got our elementalism going on. Elementarism, 36. That's been floating around 52% for a while. Entropy. That is... I'm mostly doing that just so I can get better summonings that don't involve skeletons, but...
You're a foreigner, aren't you?
Okay,
Wish I'd
good.
have crossed the Red Sea once. Or seen Kira, the Grand Bazaar.
Alright, well I don't need to go to the upper district now.
Yes?
Because I've already got my advancements from that dude.
Comes a point, you just have to live with it.
It's the barrack quarter. Yes, this character screen is very, very different. Oh, Terry. Unsubscribes. Yep. This is... it's a total rework. I mean, they added in, obviously, things like Skyrim UI is very familiar and stuff. Or Sky UI, whatever it's called. But for the most part, there's a lot of different stuff that they really added in here, so... Mana. I really do need to increase my health a little bit again.
Sir?
Alright. Let's see what we got in the barrack quarter. Okay. Ah, we get some training going on.
They always go too easy on the scum.
You keep at it, Broseph. Let's go hit up the military barrack and see what they have to say. Whoa. It's an awfully nice building for a barracks. Completely separate setting as far as I know, Thorg. It's the sequel to Narim, which was the first one that this team worked on, but I know very little about Narim, if anything. Hi.
Sir? Yes?
Is there any news?
News? Where have you been these past moons? The whole city's talking about nothing else but the Mad Magister. 30 dead novices. Oh, boy. How could something like this happen?
Oh,
within
boy.
the Order?
Okay, thanks. At least you're actually focused on the actual combat dummy. Nothing on the blank paper. Shocking.
That's just how it is.
Huh? Can I help you?
That's just how it is. Watch yourself. The streets aren't safe this time of the day.
Yeah, I mean it definitely is more than right. It's more than a mod for sure. It feels excuse me, it's far too dramatic a change in the way that Skyrim operates. It's a complete rework of the magic system, it's a complete rework of the lore basically. It's a complete redesign in terms of the leveling system. So pretty much took it all. And the animation is considerably better. Facial animations and just talk to you. How'd you get up there? Right. News, yeah. Everything is theft, 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 theft. Digging the music. Super Dragon mod. Tapestries moving in the non-existent breeze. Pretty much, yeah.
Let's hope he knows what he's doing.
They really did a good job with the environmental design in this. They really came up with some interesting... everything seamlessly flows from one to another. Yes. Whoa, hey there. Guy looks badass.
This is holy ground, Outlander. You do not belong here.
Tell you who doesn't belong here. Look at that. Yeah, the Sun Temple. Woot!
Have you heard it? Apparently the Blue Islands Coalition sent an emissary here to Enderal.
Coalition?
Despite the wars. They are bold. You've got to give them that. Walk blessed. May his light guide you.
This is holy ground, Outlander.
You do not belong here. Blah, 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 blah. Sup? Oh, I can't open it. Oh, praise the sun. Face don't belong here. I can't. Yeah, come back. I'm streaming killing that card. I can't. I cannot open. Oh. I'm just going to drop the. Didn't mean to do that. Realize that was.
knows what he's doing.
Realize that was a theft. It's alright. Really some beautiful, really beautiful graphic work in here. This city's pretty awesome, actually. Ice Claw, yeah. There we go. I'm still in the mushrooms. I'm like, whoa. It's pretty cool. I wonder if this has any similarities to any German cities. I'm trying to think like German cities that I went to. If this looked at anything like Heidelberg or anything like that. But I don't know if any of the actual Germans in chat think that this looks at all like... I don't know. For some reason this reminded me... Oh, nice. Something about this city design was sort of reminding... Oh, man, I don't think I saw that. The guy actually holding up the mountain? That's badass. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Terry? Does this look at all like... Does this have any resonances with certain, like, maybe Bavarian cities or something like that, or not so much? Scandinavian. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. It's all pretty. What? I don't get anything for that? I just opened the door? I was trying to get inside it. What the heck is all that about? Alright, well, I can't go in the Sun Temple, so... Better go down to the rest of Ark, where I'm wanted. Okay, yeah, it's a good call. When they do that dun-dun-dun, I don't know how many of you guys who are familiar with Skyrim. I hear dun-dun-dun, and I immediately am thinking in my mind, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun, da-da-da-da-da, you know? And then it goes on to something else. I'm like, oh, right, this is, yes. Woo! Woohoo! Enderal reminds me of Skyrim, yes. Why would that be? Noble's Quarter, there we go. Keep exploring is what I'm thinking about. Hey, what's up? I'm new in the city and I'm looking for work. Do you know where I can find any?
Let me think. Ah, yes. This young woman who owns the gallery in the South Quarter looked a little distraught when I last saw her. I think business isn't going so well. Maybe you could try to talk to her, see if there's anything you can do.
Alright, thanks, I will. Nice shield, Broseph. Runs really nicely. Really digging how it runs. Everything is pretty. Everything is pretty. So, sure, aristocrat. Docks. Whoa, that's the dude. Guys, this is the guy who did the yippee thing. We gotta go talk to this dude. This is the guy who did the poem with the yippee and everything.
Huh. An arcanist, aren't you? Well, I hope your name is on the register.
She smiles into the desert moon and... puke! Oh, whoa! Oh, whoa! My heart is aflame! And it is over.
This is art.
In the shackles of lust, presented by the poet. What?
Dark veils between fire and ice. Ugh. Roar. The loneliness of the elder man. Ja, boom, pow.
What the? I beg your pardon?
In the fangs of violence my heart laughs. So hot, yet so cold. Oh no, such woe. Karach. Ahu, ayah.
But by the righteous path, this is incredible. I've never heard anything like this before. Tell me, my friend, where did you learn this? Who taught you poetry?
No one. I'm an autodidact.
Blazes, you're self-taught. Malthus truly did bless you with talent. Tell me, may I interpret your poem? It's just I have to.
Oh, please do. Be my guest.
Well then, I hope this is not too much of a leap. But does your first line, the one with the dancing elder between fire and ice, deal with the socio-sexual isolation of old people in feudal society?
Truly, you have a dizzying intellect.
I may be wrong, but that was the first thought that came to my head.
I like that he's doing that as he's like this. That's what I meant indeed, by Malthus, and here I was thinking the metaphor was too risky.
No, not at all. I was particularly moved by how you used onomatopoeia in line 4 and 6. Do these brutal noises at the end of each verse symbolize the hedonistic, violent way of life among the common people who have absolutely no regard for the lonely man?
Exactly. Wow, what about the second poem?
Phew. Now that's a tough one. To me, it sounds like the inner voice of a murderer. Yes, exactly. He celebrates his bloodthirsty way of life. In the fangs of violence, my heart laughs. And then, suddenly, justice ends him, which is once again conveyed through those guttural noises. And I have to say, how you use the uneven number of verses as a metaphor for the discord that results from such a lifestyle is nothing short of...
This is very familiar sounding to me.
If that's what you meant by it, of course. You did, didn't you?
Of course. This is pretty much academia. This is what we got. Yes, you're incredible. I thought no one would ever understand.
Well, you know what? They wouldn't. The common people, they don't even understand when I tell them I'm a poet. Poet, they ask? What kind of profession is that? So now I simply tell them I'm an innkeep. That is something they are able to grasp with their limited intellect. Easy answers. That's what people want. But you know what? I would rather die hungry than become one of those soulless pot boiler artists who make a fortune off their stupid stories. Like Jonas Schmid does.
Ah, that Jonas Schmid.
Mundane
He's a
rubbish.
punk.
That's all he writes, but you'll find it on every book.
Sell out.
Disgrace. Pure and simple.
Yep. It's like Death Cab for Cutie in their second album. Why are his stories so bad?
What kind of question is that? How can something that so many people like not be rubbish.
Yep, when everybody likes it, it's bad. You mean anything that's successful has to be trite?
Of course. Not everyone has been blessed with an artist's intellect, you know. There are two kinds of writers. Small minds who give the common people fodder that helps them feel smart, and true artists who want more from life. With no greed for gold and fame, bound solely by the calling of the muse.
Do you guys notice that this hipster is standing right next to some barrels of no doubt craft beer? Now all he needs to do is grow his beard longer and start wearing plaid shirts and sandals with no socks, and the guy's in. Also, he should listen to NPR a lot and carry a tote bag. Guess you're right.
Of course I am. I wish it weren't true, but it is. If only there were more people like us.
My prince.
In the shackles of lust, presented by the poets.
Yes?
Huh? If you have to ask that, you'd better be on your way, my friend. Midnight. Between cobblestone and excretion. Between darkness and light. Hurrah! Hurrah! Advance the fleet! Always forward! Always forward! Forward for the glory and honor! The spears at the ready, driving the swords into the bodies.
Better be craft wine.
Day after day.
Oh, Atreyu.
In the shackles of lust, presented by the poets. On rocks I stood amidst the sea.
This is the book that we read.
Before me nymphs of ancient times. Oh yes. Sensual and sweet as sin, their bodies touch my tender skin. Oh yummy, tastes like cherries. Lo, how their bosoms make me languish, and leave my poet's heart in anguish. Whoa, whoa. Away, away, away you go! They purse their lips, so dark and red, such scheming play, such vexing hex. Brute lust!
Yeah, didn't you hear me reading this poem before?
My soul so small, I fled their calling after all.
It's the yippee part. I just love
Him
yippee.
Of the Desert King.
Oh my god, this guy's genius.
Dark as the sun, light as the night. Thousand raindrops, red and small. Lo, from the velvet sky they fall.
Right.
Waka waka.
Waka waka.
She smiles into the desert moon and...
All right, we've heard this already. Good luck, guys. Who
Yes?
are you? I'm new in this area. Do you happen to have any tips?
What is this? Some kind of scam to lure me into a dark alley? Forget about it, Eternus. I know you're kind. Now shove off.
Shove off, really? Are you always this friendly?
Of course. Especially to people of your kind. Now excuse me. I have to go.
Really? Because I have to go too. I have to go to your death! All right.
Advance the fleet! Always forward! Always forward!
Have you heard the news about the Magister?
Yes, I heard about it.
Word has it that he murdered...
Yes?
What has become of this world?
Waka waka! Young Anakin Skywalker. Yippee! What is this? What's this? Exactly. It would be so funny. They couldn't do it, but it would be so funny if he was like, "Yippee! Now this is pod racing." That would be the best. Oh man, I'm so glad we found that guy.
Walk blessed.
Walk blessed. The Blood Moon Riot, starring Gernot Delmarak as Keeper Artoris. What's up? Got nothing to say? Okay. Adreu del Alif. Lyrical outpours and other fluids with poetry presented by the poet. Now until night in the upper quarter. Hi.
One day, I'm gonna be an adventurer, and I'm gonna explore the entire world.
Awesome. You do that. In the meantime, I'm going into the house. Aha! This looks promising. This looks like what you want right here. Hi.
Oh, I've seen this face, so yes, hooray! What can I do for you today?
How's business these days?
How kind of you to ask me this. The trade goes well, I can't complain. Were not my son Mirel amiss. The boy is wicked, it's a pain. From dusk till dawn, I kid you not, he plays and jests with that small brat. Instead of helping in the shop, they chase that girl's idiotic cat. That wicked child, Gaboff's her name, from Ostain her kin arrived. Her father drinks without restraint, the girl's wits too are much deprived.
So, why do you talk in rhyme?
Oh, this one is curious. I'm sad to have to tell you this, even though I'm not furious. My secrets stay in the abyss. Blazes.
That one didn't really make a lot of sense.
You're right. I didn't see that question coming, that's all. But how goes the saying, practice makes perfect? Next time I'll be prepared.
Nailed it. I'm not sure I follow. Why the rhyming?
The business didn't go well in the past moons, that's all. Hardly any travelers or outlanders anymore. And the arcanists of the Order prefer to get their supplies elsewhere since Grand Master Arenthiel has returned. Well, since I have a son to feed, I had to think of something. That tip with the rhyming came from my brother-in-law, Doral. He's with the sickle and came back from a journey to Calais just recently. He said that he visited a lecture from a Chilean merchant there.
Okay.
And he said that in order to be successful nowadays, one needs a, unique selling proposition. Yes, that's how he called it. Something to distinguish him or herself from the competition.
Uh-huh. And I take it the poetry is your unique selling proposition?
Correct. I know I'm not the best poet, but I'm sure you'll remember bartering at Emberlord and Fireflash better than with that goat-faced vagabond woman Stonehand down at the market.
Yes, sure. Show me what you're selling.
My wares it is you want to see. I promise you, they'll bring you glee.
Awesome. Oh, Ambrosia, too. She has got a lot of gold. Wow. All right. She's got a lot of gold, so we have to see if we can take advantage of that. Okay. Got that. Those teleport scrolls will probably help, actually. It's only 207 gold. Yeah, she's got all these books and stuff. She's even got master books. Wow, 1,396. Good gravy, is that expensive? I can't really afford that stuff.
I've seen this face, so yes, hooray! What can I do for you today?
Okay, enchantment. Alright. Enchantment? Enchantment. Okay. Let's see. No. I would, however, like to destroy... Frost damage enchantment. Enchantment? Enchantment. That's funny. Did you, Jedi, did you see the response of a certain regular Arvanaut about 2 spaces, about 3 replies down? Did you see who wrote the reply and what it was? You haven't played The Witcher yet? Oh yeah. Hi. Whoop. What do we got here? Nothing exciting. All right.
I've seen this face, so yes, hooray! What can I do for you today?
All right, thanks. I'm going to... God, it's a massive skull. You see it yet?
One day, I'm gonna be an adventurer, and I'm gonna explore the entire world.
That's awesome. You do that. Yep. It's trending. Trending being trending. That's funny, Axeman. What's up, man?
Now look at that. A new face. How can Gaborgabov serve you today? A Purian dagger, mayhaps? No? How about an ancient claymore for the steps of Ereziel?
Let's do it.
Wait. Say that again. Oh, by the name of the sun! You're Neremaze, aren't you? And even better, you're from Ostian. Oh, by the now deceased 7 gods. What brings you here? To Enderal, I mean.
I don't know. A weird accent. Somewhere between Italian and something else.
Indeed, I am. And before you ask, I fled. Just as you probably did. Even though the artist inside of me loves the chaos, the family man doesn't. At least not enough that he would risk the life of his family. And well, now here I am. By the face of time, what a dull place this is. The people here, this anti-traveling but the path and Malthus. I would have never thought the Order could actually succeed in keeping the truth about the Lightborn's death from the people so long. But in a place like this, that problem pretty much solves itself, it seems. The people here are so obstinate. I was surprised to find
Hey, what's up, Law?
they do not still pray to a Satyron.
Let's see. You're an artist, you say?
Oh yes, that I am. Painter of the black powder, the fiery moments, one could say. In Nerim I could make a living from that. But in this country, my art is not exactly acknowledged.
So now you sell artifacts? How the heck do you find them? You don't look much like a crypt crawler to me.
Oh, my friend. If I were to tell you this, what reason would you have for my services? Secret of the trade.
See, show me what you have in stock.
Of course.
Of course. Ooh, I think this is the guy. I have to read this guy's book. Pretty sure I have to read his book. Wow, this guy's got... a lot of stuff. More knowledge would be a good thing too. Except it's going to be expensive to buy that. Oh, nice. Yep, I was tweeting about that. Excuse me. Well, essentially, the difference is that affect is usually used, although not always, used as a verb. I affect something, meaning I change it, I alter it in some way. And once I have altered in some way, the effect of what I have done will be seen. So I affect something, and that creates an effect on it. If that makes any sense. So the effect is the state of what is like after it has been affected. And other things too. Sure. The other thing is, the only thing that adds that makes it a little confusing is that sometimes the way a person conducts themselves can be referred to as an affect, like sort of their demeanor, basically. And that's A-F-F-E-C-T, but that's more unusual.
Take care.
All right. See what you got back here. Okay. Got over here, venison. You guys got quite a setup. You got a lot of fires running here, bro. You got fire. You really need 2 fireplaces going at the same time. I'm just going to use your hearth, if that's okay. I'm going to roast up some pheasant. Affectation. Yeah, basically. I mean, basically, yeah. Affect is the verb, effect would be the noun in that case. I read that. Okay. Anything over here? Excuse me, I'm just gonna look at your house. What do we got? Got a bed. Got a lot of stairs in this house. Golden goblet. See, this guy doesn't come running after me, acting, you know, looking at me because he thinks I'm being suspicious. What was that other woman's deal? Right. Right. If you are effecting change, it means you are creating change, basically. Whoa, hi there.
Yes? What are you doing here?
You are creepy looking.
Yes?
Okay. We're going to finish doing our little circle here around, or whatever, circuit around
Yes?
this place. City's pretty awesome, actually. Interested in this house, then request an audience at Sylvan & Friends, the bank in which your money is safe. Home sweet home. Wow, suddenly a quest. Buy the title deed of a house at Sylvan & Friends. I bet it's expensive. Unoccupied houses. Yay! Sylvan & Friends. And a magical symbol. Yeah, maybe he was getting some, what is that, French onion soup? Isn't it the French onion soup that has a hunk of bread in the soup? You're supposed to eat it with the bread still in the soup tureen or whatever, the soup bowl. Okay, I think I made my little circuit here. Check out this house. Oh, really? Whoa!
Now, come on. Just a little to the left and...
Freaking awesome!
Blasted blazes! You are really, really starting to annoy me. You know that? Oh, now look at that. A visitor. Great. Just great. What do you want? Are you here because of the placard?
Which placard?
Oh, great. And here I thought someone had actually read it. But no, if it isn't about mine song and fair ladies, people just don't care. I'm looking for a helping hand, an adventurer. Someone willing to take over a very important task for Horst and me.
Who the hell's Horst? Horst?
Yes, Horst. And no, he is not my imaginary friend, but this gorgeous example of Enderalian metallurgy and starling ingeniousness right beside me. My personal centurion, and soon my new body.
I'm afraid I don't follow. This machine, this, Horst. This is your new body?
Yes, steel instead of flesh, energy instead of blood. Away with this useless shell and its pathetic fugacity. In Horst's body, I will live on forever.
So you want to, what, become that machine?
Ah, you wouldn't understand this even if you'd been my apprentice for 15 years. If it helps you, just imagine that I transfer my consciousness, my soul, into Horst's body. And by doing this, I become him.
What could go wrong?
Apotheosis. That's what the scholars from Kyra call it. Man's ascent to something higher. A deity, you could say. The only logical response to current events, by the way.
What do you mean by that?
Ah, red madness. Death of the Lightborn. You don't need to be one of those keepers to see something is happening in this world. It's going south, and other than the Holy Order and his new Nehemi's magically gifted pals I am no friend of, trying to pray away such threats. We need to change humanity. The apotheosis, the overcoming of our fleshly nature, is the first step. Unfortunately, I seem to be the only one who sees it that way. But hey, that's their choice.
I see. And what do you need my help?
Oh, with this and that. Anyways, tasks your rough hands are better suited for than mine.
Rough hands, huh?
First, we need to find my assistant, Pathira. She's gone missing.
What? Where did she go?
Well, I suppose she took a flying unicorn to old Aeronath. I don't know, sod it, else I wouldn't ask you for your help, would I? For his completion, Horst is asking something important. Some kind
Exactly,
of
Thorg.
steering unit.
They won't go rogue at all.
Bethira and I have done research and found out that Dalmarek and his cohorts in Thalgard worked on a machine there that might employ a similar mechanism. Even though I had strongly spoken out in favor of an armed escort to send with her, Bethira had insisted on going alone.
I know, right?
And surprise, I haven't heard from her since.
Thalgard. What exactly happened there?
Something that makes it the ideal place to go if you're suicidal and you're looking for a quick way out. You're an outlander, aren't you? How can I explain that without going beyond the scope? Dalmarek. Does the name ring a bell? He was an arcanist who lived about 2,000 years ago. Back then, the Order planned to build a second great city here in Enderal, situated in a region we now call Goldenforst. But, as it turned out, the place was everything but a good choice for a settlement. No crops would grow there, and the water made the settlers sick. So 3 years after the founding of the first settlement, Malif, the Order forced the settlers to abandon the mission and return to Ark. But, as things are with vain personalities, Dalmarek, who had been in charge of the mission, didn't like that idea at all. Malaf had been his dream, and so he wanted to hold on to it no
Exactly.
matter what
Roll
the price.
credits.
One of his ways to do so was a device he called the Sun Wheel, an old Pyrean construction
Almost
which
halfway
was
through
meant
that
to
knowledge.
make the barren lands fertile again. You can figure out the rest. One night there was a bright flash of light, and since then Thalgard has been contaminated. Apart from a few animals and the Sunborn, savages whose brains have been rotted by the green fog there, it's deserted. In the first few centuries to follow, the fog spread as far as Goldenforst, but by now it's receded from there.
So you sent Bethira to go recover that device on her own? That's dangerous.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. But as I said, she insisted. You know, she's of the lone wolfish type, if you get what I mean. Here, this is the place where Bethira said she would set up her camp. From here, she planned to go explore the nearby ruins. And please don't die, else I have no idea how to get Horst up and running.
Apotheosis, okay. That is a 3-star quest, too. Search Bethira's camp for hints. Yeesh. It's going to be a joy. Let's go look around here. Alright. Go up these stairs, look around. Got a lot of books. Okay. Just wear it like Iron Man? Exactly. Okay. Alright, cool. Let me get back to the exit of the district here. Whoa, that was weird. That was really odd. Something just happened to display or something. Very strange.
Walk blessed, my friend. You look disheartened. Come now, for tomorrow you may not have a chance. No? I thought so. Then have a nice day.
I really don't have time to get in a big conversation, but you don't sound very motivated.
Well, probably because I'm not. My husband thinks running around the city and talking to every peasant who crosses my path will help us get our gallery running again. But that's just idiotic.
We run a gallery? That's unusual.
Oh, really? What makes you say that? It's not like our country is ruled by a group of antiquated conservative clerics who care as little about art as they care for the latest trend in Chilean fashion. But no, you're right. It is unusual. But even a narrow-minded country like Enderal has artists. And those artists need a place to show their work. Which is just what we do.
Yeah, the stars signify the difficulty level, Thorg, yeah. Tomorrow you might not have the chance. I take it your gallery isn't going so well?
That's one way to put it. Truth be told, if the Golden Sickle doesn't decide to leave a barrel full of coin on our doorstep tomorrow, we won't be able to pay rent much longer. Especially now that my esteemed mother has decided to play hermit. Wow. Listen to me. A month ago, I would have been too proud to admit this. Now I shouted at a complete stranger.
Ah, you can trust me. What does your mother have to do with this?
She's a painter. Our best-selling painter, to be precise. Some people even came from other countries to see her portraits. At least before the war.
Really? What makes her painting so special?
It's hard to describe. She's portrayed half of Ark's nobility by now. At least that's what it feels like. And she does it. The paintings are just so intense.
Creepy. She kills them. It's magic.
I don't know how else to put it. That's why people are willing to pay a fortune for them. It's crazy if you think about it.
Your mother plays hermit. What do you mean by that?
Well, what I said. For months, she's not reacted to our letter, nor sent one herself. And what's worse, she hasn't sent us any new paintings. Which is one of the reasons why this place isn't going so well. And in case you wonder why we just don't visit her, my mother was always a little special. And where she resides reflects that. The Dark Valley.
I see. You know what? I get around quite a bit. Maybe I could pay this Dark Valley a visit and see if your mother is all right.
You'd do that.
You'd do that.
Quite the offer, to be honest. A word of warning in advance. I cannot pay you. That is, unless you're interested in a painting from Prince Myth. But I warn you, they're as bad as his poems.
Oh my god, that guy paints too. Don't worry about it. As I said, I get around, so it's just a little detour anyway.
A little detour in a place swarming with undead eager for your blood. Right. I hope you know what you're doing. I really do. But still, I guess I'm too selfish to decline your offer. It's worth a try. My mother and I, we don't exactly have a good relationship. But still, I need to know she's all right. You said you travel a lot, so you have a map with you, right? Show me.
Alright.
So there you go. That's where her hut should be, at least approximately. Good luck, and thanks.
Alright, Estain. So that's another 3-star quest, which is definitely up there. Okay. A lot of side quests. Okay, last building to check here. This is an inn. I may have to save it for next session because I got to wrap up here in a little bit. Aha!
Yes?
Walk blessed. Hey, wait a minute, you... Never mind.
What is it?
Oh, you're an Eterna, aren't you? Your ears, they look different.
Why do you ask?
I mean, no offense, really. I'm just, well, curious.
My mother does, yes. I grew up on Narum, though.
On Narum? But that must have been horrible. I heard that Eterna don't have any rights in Narum and are treated like animals.
Yeah, well, you're wrong, racist. It's not that bad. Let's see. It's about right, I'm afraid. The Naramis blame the Eterna for about anything, even if the sun doesn't shine. Because, I mean, he did flee that land, so...
See. That's so unfair.
So he did have to leave for that reason.
Different here on Enderal. You know, once this chaos in the world is over, I want to go travel myself. Who knows? Maybe a captain will hire me as a deckhand. Anyway, thanks for your time. Walk blessed. Oh, you're an Eterna, aren't you? Your ears, they
Yes?
look different. Farewell.
Eternal to the stars in the sky. Now blessed you be.
Up. We got the careless whisper on the we got the careless whisper on this thing. I'll have to respond to you off stream, Pork, unfortunately. That careless whisper. It was burping, yep.
The circle is closed between birth and decay. Infinite wonders will embellish your way.
Good bards. I'm not doing any more gambling again. Alright.
Malfash's blessings. A little bit of this and that.
What do you
Why
got?
not take a look?
Not exciting.
May your path always be in.
Aha! Oh wait, I already have this. Damn it, I thought I was gonna be able to continue it, but it's just the same volume.
Anyone?
That's too bad. It's like the private suite we got going on here. I might have read this already. I think I read that one before. Expert, these are all locked. Obviously. Okay. And I could try to open them, but I have no real reason to.
Yes, of course you'd say that.
Man, the burping. Pretty much Thorg, except the guy is just like, yeah. That section of sort of talking to him about poetry and all this stuff is amusing. It is amusing. Alright. Here we go. Let's get back to the exit to the district now. So we explored the Nobles' Quarter, we explored the Barracks Quarter, so we got 2 of those things. Who needs a reason? Well, that's true, Terry, I guess. That's true. But see, lockpicks, you know, in Skyrim, you just, like, lockpicks were just around like they were going out of style. But in this game, I've only got, like, 8 or 9, and it takes a long time to get to the point where you have enough that you can sell them, so. Oh, it's a theater. Very cool. What's up?
A penny, my sir. Thank you. That's really generous. May his light
I
guide
notice.
you.
Old waterworks. What? There's just so much to explore. Alright. That is going to be a good place for us to stop for the evening. It's good stuff. It's going to be a good place for us to stop. But that was great, guys. We did a lot of work today. We made some good solid progress on this game, which is good. I definitely enjoyed it. That's the same way, Thorg, but this one, it's a lot more, it takes a lot longer to basically get to that point. So yeah, it takes a lot longer to actually build up these lockpicks, but so that's going to do it for me, guys, for this evening. Next time I'm going to be at you guys is going to be Monday night when I will have a creative writing stream. And then Tuesday I will be playing something. My guess is we're probably going to be playing the next Fighting Fantasy gamebook, but I need to kind of, again, schedule everything out and kind of schedule all this stuff out and do that as much as we can. And yeah, Thorg, I don't know where Kilobyte is because he's the one handling it. My idea is that as more people come in, he'll be able to expand it so other people will be able to do additions to the mod list. I can also add you as well after this happens, so we will see. Play Lionheart. That all you have to do is nominate it. You know the deal, Terry. Nominate it for the Chat Chosen Game of the Month and make your case. Just tell people like, look, you know how awesome this game is, you know. and I will happily put it on the I will happily play it. So we'll see. But anyway, so I'm going to have to check and see what I'm doing. Definitely Tuesday afternoon, though, over at GOG, I will be continuing my playthrough of Torment. I finished Tyranny, so I'm now going to be continuing my playthrough of Torment as well. If you like what you saw and heard, please make sure to follow the channel. Please support the Patreon, which is sitting at $611.04, which is just amazing. Tomorrow, in addition to doing the schedule, I'm also going to try to put up the new Patreon tiers. I'm going to kind of brainstorm a little bit and think about it, so we will see. It'll be fun to stream. Okay, well, that's cool. Then that works. So that's the deal with that. Please make sure to check out the YouTube and the Steam group as well. ! ArvTube and ! Steam group, and that would be super awesome. All right, now we are going to do a raid, and you do a raid like this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch raid. That is lowercase Twitch, uppercase raid. And let's take a look and see who it is that I'm going to raid today. Someone I want to raid today. I don't know who it is. I know that I'm gonna raid. I just don't know what it is. No, I'm gonna raid someone. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. I think I know who we're going to raid. Actually been a while since I've raided this person, so that's going to be good. Okay. Get rid of that. Yeah, because you were too busy with Mass Effect Andromeda. I can understand that. I can understand that was your focus. I get that. Okay. Let's see. Yes. Lovely. Okay, so I know who we are going to raid, and I will put that up in the chat, and we can raid them with that message that you just saw. But please don't do it until you hear my Arvanaut, until you hear my audio outro. Once you hear my audio outro, then you can let that in the chat, fall in the chat like a mighty stream. Before we go over there, though, I do want to thank everyone who was here. Thank you to my wonderful mods, to Dragon Spear Satobo, Shattermage, and Thorg. Thank you to my regulars. Thank you to Akirors. Thank you for the follow tonight. Thank you to Avri Satos. I think you already followed me, Avri Satos, so thank you for the follow. Hopefully you can support the stream by following if you haven't done so, and also supporting the Patreon if you can. Thank you to Axeman, to Bookspin. Pretty sure I haven't seen you in here, Bookspin. I hope you like what you saw and heard, and will consider supporting the channel through following it and through the Patreon. Thank you to Chat, to Dax, to Div, to Don, to E. Parker, ECAG, Elswin, Fagwen, Firesnake Aries. Thank you so much for the host today, Firesnake. Thank you to Jedi Knight, Kim the Enchanter, Law, Love Shack, No Name Namer. Thank you so much for the Patreon support, No Name Namer, and hopefully we've got everything going with the Patreon here very soon. Thank you to Shroom Girl, Stain Monkey, Terry Tunes, The Real Blessed, who I think I've seen in here before, if I'm not mistaken, and of course, Uncle Elias. You guys are the best. I really had a good time tonight. I hope you guys did too. And again, I'm going to see you guys Monday for my creative stream, and then Tuesday for something. I'll have the schedule worked up tomorrow. My guess is probably the Fighting Fantasy game books, but I'm not 100% sure, so we will see. Oh, well, thank you, Firesnake. Again, please make sure to follow the stream and do all that good stuff, because that would be wonderful. Now we are going to go to this place to raid, but please don't do it until you hear my audio outro. Oh, and before I do this, don't forget to check out the Discord. If someone has already done so, please go and check out that link for the Discord. Join up with the Discord. You can support by joining. You can get into the Patreon channel for the Discord if you support the Patreon at the $5 or above level. So please consider doing that as well. Now we are going to go here. We're going to go over to IK Enforcer, who is playing the previously aforementioned Mass Effect Andromeda. IK is a good dude. So let's go over there. It's been a while since I've rated him, and let's give him some love. But that's going to be it for me. I will see all of you wonderful people again on Monday night. Until then, everyone have a good couple of days. Thanks, everybody. Love you all. You're the best viewers on Twitch, and I'll catch you all very soon. Until I see you next time, be good to each other. Have a good night.
answer questions in the dark. Content to play your part, open pathways to your heart. Your life untainted by a host of broken dreams. When all your acts were queens, understood all that it means. Could you have understood the way your life was bound? Did you ever wonder how you got from there to now? Oh yes, you're gonna fly away from here, where the sky grows more clear, and your problems disappear, drift away down below. Watch them go down to your friends, where the trouble never ends, and there's always just one more day left to go. Go on and search now through your pile of broken lies, and your set of fake goodbyes, another cynical disguise. When will they catch you? All those little things you said, will it turn around instead? Blame the voices in your head. With all your subtle language, try and turn your life around. If your center gets unwound, you do your best to slow things down. And if you feel things that you never felt before, things that shook you to your core, a shattered truth you can ignore. Oh yes, you're gonna fly away from here, where the sky grows more clear, and your problems disappear, drift away down below. Watch them go down to your friends, where the trouble never ends, and there's always just one more day left to go. Take